Okay. The recording. Okay, Makai, you're
morning. It's
fine.
9:35. Good morning, 9:35 a.m. and we're here today for several hearings. We're going to call this meeting to order. If members of the hearing board would indulge me, we need to.
Mr. Chair, we can barely hear you.
Okay, is that better? Can you hear me now? We did a sound check earlier.
A little better, yes.
Okay, are we good? All right.
Yes.
All right. We started the hearing at 9:35 a.m. I wanted to take the opportunity, Madam Clerk, to ensure that individuals, whether anybody online to provide public comment, non-evidentiary testimony at this time. This is just public comment, non-evidentiary testimony.
I don't see anyone with a hand up. I don't, oh, I do see someone now with a hand up.
And Mr. Chair, are we going to not wait for the doctor to hear about his appearance here today?
Yes, as a matter of fact, you know what, you're absolutely right. Just wanted to make sure that we took care of some of the housekeeping, but we will not fully commence until the doctor arrives. So why don't we, as he's traversing the freeway there, why don't we go ahead and mark, there's several exhibits. There's several exhibits, and so one exhibit is an email it was sent to the hearing board. The email is from Holly Shelton. Holly Shelton sent an email to the clerk of boards Wednesday, September 4th, 2024 at 1:51 p.m. That exhibit will be marked P28. P28.
Mr. Chair, it's really hard to hear you.
Okay, can you hear now? Good morning, testing 1, 2, 3. Can you hear now?
For what it's worth, I don't know if you can hear me, but this is Drew Boyles, Mayor of El Segundo. I can hear you loud and clear on Zoom.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, Day, is there any way to turn the volume up, Day?
Let me get someone up there to see if they can do it on the control unit over there and the hearing board.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I'll just use my outside voice. All right. So there was an email sent again from Holly Shelton. That email was sent to clerks of board Wednesday, September 4th, 2024. That will be marked as exhibit P28. P28.
Mr. Chair, you're muted.
No, I'm not muted. Testing.
I can hear you online. This is Drew Boyles again. I can hear you loud and clear, Chair. They must be having an issue in their chamber.
And there must be an issue in the chambers because the folks on Zoom can hear me.
Yeah, no, I think it shows as mute. I think it shows.
No, I'm not muted. No, okay, so can everyone hear me, Madam Clerk? All right, Mr.
No, I see an icon for a pin, not a mute. I wonder if logging into Zoom again might assist the technological difficulty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe did hear you.
Well, we're going to try that again. Can you hear me? Is that better?
Everybody on Zoom can hear him, but we can't hear in the room. So I think it might be a problem with the room.
Yeah, it is a problem. Everyone on Zoom can hear me.
I have one of our technicians coming down to the room to take a look at the volume in the room.
Okay, so allow us to recess for 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you let Rosalind know?
Kai, can you try speaking again?
Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing 1, 2, 3.
That works. We
You
can
guys are
really-
better?
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, IT tech folks, for assisting us. Okay. We're back on the record at 9:40 a.m. 9:40 a.m. We have everyone present. What we're doing at this point is marking exhibits. And so the first exhibit that we're going to mark, Exhibit 28. Exhibit 28 is an email sent by Holly Shelton, Shelton. Holly Shelton was sent to the clerks of the board September 4th, 2024. That'll be Exhibit P28. P28. Another email sent to the board is an email from Darrell George, the city manager for the city of El Segundo. That email and subsequent letter dated August 23rd, 2024, sent to the hearing board. That entire 3-page document will be marked as Exhibit 29, as Exhibit 29. Those are the only two emails received by the board, and that they are marked accordingly. Any other perspectives from members of the board or Madam Clerk?
Got handed some, another exhibit here.
Yes,
The
the
district-
district offers proposed findings and decision, and I brought copies for the board members.
Okay, very well. Very well. So how many documents? That's just one, the proposed findings and decisions that will be marked as, that'll be marked as Exhibit Z. Exhibit Z. So we have that marked as Exhibit Z, Madam Clerk?
That's correct.
Okay, very well. Any additional exhibits? All right, we're going to open up the floor for, this is public comment, non-evidentiary testimony, public comment. I do see a hand raised by the Honorable Mayor, Drew Boyles. Please provide us your comments.
Yes.
3 minutes on the
Thank you,
clock, my
Chair.
friend.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate it. We were encouraged. I was there last meeting in person for your marathon 7-hour meeting. I appreciate unanimous decision. Can you guys hear me?
Can you
Oh,
identify yourself,
yes.
please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is Mayor Drew Boyles, City of El Segundo. I was there at the last AQMD abatement board hearing, which went on for about 7 hours, and we were encouraged by those findings whereby the board unanimously supported additional conditions for Hyperion, and I actually extended the abatement order as well. The letter, Chair, that you referenced from the City of El Segundo is supported by all 5 members of the City Council, including myself. And that letter was put together after a thorough tour that we conducted with the City of Los Angeles at the Hyperion Water Treatment Plant facility a few weeks back. We hope you take those seriously into consideration. And the other thing I wanted to make you aware of is that the city at the last council meeting, an item that I brought forward was an idea to add an additional resource to support Dr. Stenstrom out of UCLA. Dr. Stenstrom is more of a subject matter expert when it comes to water treatment plants. And we wanted to bring in an additional resource that would help Hyperion from an accountability, project management, and communication standpoint. And subsequent to that, we've had conversations with the city of LA, and they seem open to supporting that decision that the council made to authorize that additional resource. And so I just want to make you all aware of that. And we would strongly encourage and request that you take those conditions that we proposed in the email into serious consideration. Again, those came from the meeting and the tour that we had at Hyperion, and we're really hopeful about the outcome of today's meeting with these additional conditions, and we anxiously await what the district proposes in their findings and decisions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, at this moment, I do see an additional hand raised, but I want to make certain this is not evidentiary public comment. You will not be sworn in, and you will not be questioned by the petitioners, the respondent, and or the board. So I do see, is it Aaron Falatu?
Falati.
Falati. So would you like to provide just general public comment?
Yes.
Okay, very well. The floor is yours. 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, thanks so much. My name is Erin Falati, and I'm unfortunately not able to stay with the meeting to provide more comment. I did just want to point out that I did send an email to clerk of boards, and I don't believe I heard you say that in the beginning when you were going through your evidence. So I just wanted to make someone aware that I did send an email. It was today early, so perhaps that's why you haven't received it, but that's it. Just wanted to draw your attention to that.
Okay, Ms. Falati, Madam Clerk, are we in receipt of that email from Ms. Falati?
Go check the front desk. So you can
Okay, so what we'll do
testimony,
is
but I have to
the-
step out for a moment.
Okay, so what we'll do, Ms. Falati, is we'll check the inbox. And if in fact it's there, then we will indeed mark it accordingly. We'll come back and we'll mark that as P30. But again, we'll check the record and we'll get back with you.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thanks so much.
No problem. All right, Madam Clerk, are there any individuals' desires of providing comments relative to evidentiary testimony so that we can then swear them in? I believe there's one individual present.
Oh, yes, that's right. She gave me a card. Tamara. I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Kachowski.
Okay,
She was just going to provide public comments.
okay, so does she want to testify or just provide general public comment?
She comments.
Okay, very well. So then why don't you come over to the microphone? State your name for the record. And the floor is yours for 3 minutes.
Yes, well, we need you to state and spell your last name, please.
Good morning. My name is Tamara Kachowski. First name is Tamara, Tamara. Last name is Kachowski, Kcehowski.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes, the floor is yours.
Okay. Good morning, esteemed board members. And once again, thank you for the opportunity to comment on the need for additional orders of abatement. My sincere thanks to Ms. Chavez and the AQMD inspectors as well for their input. No offense, but we got to stop meeting like this. Unfortunately for us, the only way that's going to happen is with additional conditions. The last time I stood before you, I testified to the lack of communication from Hyperion and LA San and the absence of return phone calls exceeding 6 straight months and missings of reports of findings. But what's changed in their behavior in our air since then? Not much for air quality, but there is improvement in phone calls. And receiving reports, admittingly, I don't know if that's just for me or if other residents are experiencing the same or if they're just focusing on the squeaky wheel. In fact, I received a follow-up call at 7:41 in the evening yesterday to my complaint filed at 10:41 a.m. to the Hyperion hotline. I immediately found the after-hours call highly suspect, as I've never received a return call that I can think of after business hours in 3 years. The only reason I bring this up today is because it felt more like an excuse or a fishing expedition to find out if I would be attending again here today and speaking, as I did back on July 31st. I recognize that I'm the thorn in their side, and they await me to move because after 21 years, they're driving us out, and we can't suffer through another 4 years waiting for the new plant investments to begin in 2028. Since the last meeting, I've filed 26 complaints with AQMD, 16 to the Hyperion hotline. And I believe I've received 6 return calls accounting for 9 of the 16 complaints. So what else has changed is the deterioration of the monitors themselves. And by that, I mean the north monitor was taken offline for maintenance on August 28th. And the monitor has continued for the last 10 days to show extremely low numbers that don't come close to representing the actual level of stench. In fact, the monitor shows 0 at times. If the smell is bad enough to wake you up or high enough to enter your closed home, it certainly isn't as low as their monitors are suddenly reporting. We still have the same problems with the central monitor and it's after its maintenance. Even with my sensitive nose, I can't detect odors at 0.1 parts per billion. I'm a solid 3 parts per billion and up. As a result, I'd like to see someone from AQMD present when these adjustments or calibration changes are being made because it just doesn't make sense. Without accurate recordings for weeks on end and the historical data I feel is now skewed, inaccurate, and in their favor. I'd also like to see LACN reserve and pay for a local standing hotel room in El Segundo for the inspectors to utilize and have a place close by to launch from. It would enable and make best use of their time as it's been sucked up for over 3 years by the government-owned and operated facility. The inspectors could respond in a more timely manner instead of the long commutes they make to El Segundo, which often results in missing residents who can't wait around to be verified or simply want to leave the area as soon as possible to avoid further health issues. Missing residents only benefits Hyperion. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional individuals desirous of providing comments, whether it's general public comment or evidentiary testimony? Okay. Let the record reflect that there are none. At this time, I would like to turn the floor over to Erica Chavez, the Senior Deputy General Counsel representing the Executive Office. And also, just before we do that, who's present from the respondent side?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. This is Adina Hopenstand, Deputy City Attorney with the Office of the City Attorney, representing respondent City of Los Angeles, including the Hyperion facility, and my colleague who will introduce herself.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Virginia Choi, Deputy City Attorney, also representing respondents.
Thank you. Ms. Chavez.
Hi, good morning. Chavez on behalf of the Executive Officer. I would like to share my screen if possible. Is that being seen on Zoom?
Yes, it is being seen on Zoom. Day, is there any way to refocus the camera? The camera still is on the.
There we go.
There we go. All right, Ms. Chavez, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, members of the board. We are here for a modification hearing on the public nuisance order for abatement against LA Sanitation Hyperion Treatment Plant. As you recall, we were here on July 31st, where we heard a status update. There, the hearing board granted an extension of the OA to continue the district's oversight of Hyperion's operations. The hearing board also asked the district to evaluate the conditions for updating and to address any new concerns. The order for abatement thus far has addressed the main equipment concerns identified by staff as contributing to the public nuisance and requiring necessary capital improvements such as the primary battery tank cover replacement, refurbishment of scrubbers, replacement of gauges throughout. However, there's still work to be done at Hyperion, and that appears to be at the operational and work practice front at the facility. The testimony that we heard from at last hearing from compliance enforcement, the truck loading facilities, doors being left open, outstanding maintenance on the doors, the responsiveness to the odors, to the complainants, to the community. Today, the district seeks certain modifications to address the ongoing operational and responsiveness concerns. we go through the conditions, we have current condition 1D is the Hyperion complaint investigation and reporting requirement. So the updates would require condition number 1D. We heard some testimony at the last hearing from compliance and enforcement that was lacking of Hyperion's investigation of complaints was the verification of odors at the site provided by the complainant, the lack of travel from the operators to go out to the site and survey odors for themselves. So this would require verification of odors at location provided by complainant. Additionally, the complainant would receive a callback during the investigation. We heard that this is an important part of the complaint investigation process, going out to verify the odors and calling back the complainant within the hour. So responding to the complaints more quickly. We had heard from community members saying they felt somewhat dismissed when they would get report findings later saying, we looked around the plant, we didn't see anything wrong. So this would address that by requiring the operators to go out into the community and look for themselves, talk to the complainants. Additionally, we have condition number 1EX. We heard from community members also saying that they weren't receiving reports after the complaint investigation within the 96 hours as currently required. This would additionally require a callback, as some of the community members stated that they wanted. So a callback and a report with the investigation findings. And this report would be sent by mail, email, or text, however the complainant would like. Next, we have transparency of ongoing projects at the facility. We heard from the community and we heard from compliance and enforcement that a lot of times there is ongoing maintenance or scheduled projects going on at the facility that could cause odors, and the community members are not necessarily being given notice ahead of time. Additionally, El Segundo had, the city of El Segundo wrote in their letter saying the same thing, that they want to know of long-term projects that are ongoing at the facility. So here we have, in the past, condition 27 had required a report of all equipment undergoing refurbishment or plan to undergo refurbishment that was submitted last year. Now we have a new report to be submitted October 6th with all those plans. Additionally, we are requiring monthly updates. And on top of that, we would like this information posted to Hyperion's website. And so we think that would provide the public with notice of what's going on at the facility by being able to go to their website and see what planned projects or scheduled maintenance there are. We recognize that a wastewater facility treatment plant might have unexpected or ongoing maintenance happening, but the things that are planned or scheduled can really be told to the community and avoid the surprises. Okay, next conditions address the truck loading facilities. We heard a lot of testimony from compliance and enforcement about the truck loading facility doors being in disrepair, maybe stuck open or closed. On top of that, we also heard that when compliance and enforcement reviewed complaint investigation findings, they would often see the cause was determined to be, oh, a door was left open here. So this condition 41 would be updated to require that the doors in disrepair be repaired or replaced by October 5th, providing a month out of this hearing. Additionally, it would require daily inspection of doors. So we really want Hyperion operators to prioritize closing these doors when active loading, unloading is going on. And so by making somebody go out there on a daily basis, we're putting it at their forefront. We have condition 42 and 43. Originally, this was to, Hyperion had been required to develop work practice operating procedures in the past regarding their truck loading facilities. This would incorporate maintenance practices into their SOPs. So we want maintenance practices to be included for these truck loading facilities. As we've seen, the doors have fallen into disrepair. Why is that happening? That should be a maintenance issue that operators should be aware of. So we're including that into the work practice operating procedures. And then additionally, condition 43 would require the implementation and training to the operators on those updated work practices for the truck loading facilities. All right, condition 56. This is an update to condition 56. In the past, Hyperion has provided training on the order for abatement to its personnel on a one-time basis. This condition is updated to require a bi-monthly training to the shift supervisors, to the operators who are dealing on the ground. And additionally, it would also apply to the outreach team. We've heard at the last hearing that the outreach team are now responsible for calling back the community members after the complaint investigations. And they also said that they had no training on the OA. So this is to make sure that everybody is kept apprised of the changes to the order for abatement and making sure that operations are running smoothly at the facility as operators change, and making sure everybody is up to date on that. Okay, condition 57. This is a new condition, notification of equipment breakdown to the district. Currently, a lot of the equipment is under Hyperion's Title V permit, and they are required to provide notifications upon equipment breakdowns. However, we heard testimony from compliance and enforcement that sometimes we don't receive notifications for certain equipment that is part of this order for abatement, such as the fence line monitors, the AQMD monitors, the truck loading facility doors. We have compliance and enforcement has many times just observe that on their own when they're at the facility, or they get notification from community members. So this would avoid that, and we would become apprised of this information more quickly, as Hyperion will be required to notify the district of equipment breakdowns related to the OA. Okay, this is condition 58. This is a new condition. This is, we heard a lot of testimony last time about the rains in February and the 100-year storm that we saw. And we questioned Hyperion's emergency plan, and they testified that there is a plan in place and they followed that. So here we're requesting submission of that preventative plan to ensure that we have appropriate emergency plan in place. And that was also requested by, I believe, the city of El Segundo to ensure that there is an emergency plan in place. Okay, and so other minor revisions. This is condition 46B. This has been updated to require safety data sheets only upon new odor chemicals being introduced into the misting system. We really just want to ensure that there's no new odorants or chemicals that affect the community. And if we were to start receiving complaints about that, then we would be able to track it back to a new chemical being introduced. And then other than that, if we have updates to current staff contacts currently involved with the OA, and then a correction to the clerk of the board email address throughout. As you know, the hearing board is only required to make a finding of good cause. And this is a stipulated proposed findings and decision. Here, Hyperion has agreed to these modifications. With that, the district asks that the board find good cause to issue the proposed findings and decision today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Hoppenstan.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board and members of the public, and to the district as well. Respondent, City of Los Angeles, including its facility at Hyperion, restates its commitment to continue to work cooperatively with the district and take the steps necessary to effectively respond to the concerns, whether from this board, South Coast AQMD staff, and the members of the community. In this spirit, as petitioner has already indicated, respondent is prepared to stipulate to the modifications to the abatement order in Exhibit Z, which is now before you. Thank you.
Ms. Chavez, will you be calling any witnesses?
Yes, thank you. I will call District Inspector Vander Farley.
Okay, Ms. Hopperstam, will you be calling any witnesses?
Yes, the intention of the respondent is to call Nicole McIntosh, and we also have somebody available from outreach, should there be an interest from this board to hear from somebody in that front.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and administer the oath to all of those who shall provide testimony this morning. If you would stand, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this matter shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, I can hear I do's. All right. So Ms. Chavez, why don't you go ahead and call your first witness? And Day, can we refocus the camera, please?
If you don't mind, can I share my screen again?
Go ahead. Perfect. Go right ahead.
So we can walk through it together.
Perfect.
Okay, here we go. Morning. Can you introduce yourself and spell your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Vander Ferrer-Ley, Vander, first name. Last name is Ferrer-Ley, Ferrer-Le.
Great. And did you take the oath administered right now?
Yes.
Great. And what is your title with the district?
Air Quality Inspector 2.
Okay. And how long have you been in that position?
2 years.
Okay. And can you remind us of your familiarity with Hyperion?
I'm currently the lead inspector of Hyperion.
Okay. And did you review anything to prepare for your testimony today?
Yes, proposed findings, revised conditions, and previous odor complaints.
Okay. And before we get started on the conditions, I wanted to ask, have there been any NOVs issued for public nuisance since our last date of hearing?
No.
Okay, great. Okay. You stated you reviewed the proposed findings, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I would like to go through those and discuss them. So first, as to condition number 1D, which requires which requires Hyperion operators to verify odors at the complainant's location and to call back complainants during the investigation. Can you tell us about the need for that?
Yes, during its complaint investigation, Hyperion has not been contacting residents and have not been going to the community to survey odors for themselves. Instead, the responses have been somewhat dismissive, according to complainants, for example, saying that nothing is going on in the plant. And so this condition will remedy that.
Okay, great. And okay, as to condition 1EX, oh, and also, sorry, before we move on, can you talk a little bit about about the district's investigation and how inspectors go out to verify odors and call back complainants during inspections?
Yes, so the district receives complaints through either our 1-800-CUT-SMOG hotline or via the online portal. It's assigned to the inspector and we contact the complainant. We ask them some information about the odors and whether they're available to meet with us to verify the odors. If we are able to meet with the complainant, we make sure that we're detecting the same odors that they're detecting, and we conduct our upwind and downwind surveillance of the plant, and we go on site to make sure that the odors that complainants are reporting are the same odors that we're detecting. And once that's confirmed, then a certain number of verifications from complainants can lead to 402 nuisance violation.
Okay, so with this condition, we're kind of making their complaint process more similar to the district's complaint investigation process. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Okay, so moving on to condition number 1EX. Can you talk a little bit about the complainant receiving reports and having a callback with the investigation findings?
Yeah, so this condition is putting in place because the complainants have reported that they have not been receiving callbacks and reports in regards to the investigation findings from Hyperion.
Okay, great. Okay, and this condition would also further allow complainants to receive their report by their choice, mail, email, or text, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The ongoing projects that are being undergone at the facility, including repair and refurbishment, this would be condition 27. Could you tell us a little bit about the need for this condition?
Yeah, so the community has complained that they're not aware of ongoing projects going on at Hyperion and that they don't get enough of a notice in regards to projects that are ongoing that could potentially cause odors. And so this condition is there to provide a little bit more transparency, requiring that the information be updated monthly and available on the Hyperion's website.
Great. And you're also aware that the city of El Segundo submitted a letter requesting that this information be provided to them as well. And do you think this condition would be responsive to that request?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the truck loading facilities. First, can you just tell us, remind us briefly about what has been observed going on with the truck loading facility doors at Hyperion and the need to address those issues?
Yeah, so compliance has been observing broken and stuck doors. Hyperion has been failing to keep doors closed during loading and unloading activities. If the doors are stuck open in that position, it's not possible for them to abide by the OA conditions, and it could potentially lead to further odors. This is required to get fixed by October 5th. And so daily inspections would help ensure that those doors are closed.
Okay. Okay, and you said, I think you stated briefly, or we heard testimony from at the hearing last time that there were some doors to be observed that were stuck in the open or closed position. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and so in those cases, they were unable to be closed during unloading or loading activities.
Correct.
Okay, and then the need for the daily inspection of the doors. What is that going to do?
It's just to ensure that the goals for the doors is to be closed prior to that unloading and loading operations.
Okay, great. Okay. And I think at the last hearing, there was some discussion about possible monitoring at the truck loading facilities. Have we considered that, and are we proposing that today?
Yes, so we have evaluated that extra personnel conducting monitoring operations could potentially hinder operations. We're just focusing on getting the doors closed.
Okay. And when the doors are closed, could you kind of describe the facility and tell us, like, if the doors are closed, we should have a total enclosure. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, can you kind of describe so the board can understand a little bit?
Yes, so the truck loading facility is a building where grit loading is loaded into trucks before they're taken off site. And so the doors are open and the truck comes into the bay. Once the material is loaded, they're able to have a full enclosure over the trucks depending on the size of the truck. Once loading has been completed, then the doors can be open and the trucks can leave offsite.
Okay. So when the doors are closed, we have a total enclosure over these activities.
Correct.
Okay, moving on to condition 42 and 43. These are discussing the updates to the work practice operating procedures in regard to including maintenance practices. And so can you tell us about why we feel like why the district feels the need to include those in the operating procedures?
Yes, so compliance has observed that the doors have been in disrepair at certain times. We just want maintenance to be a priority and a part of the SOPs.
Okay, and so then the conditions would require further implementation and training on those work practices by October 25th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. Okay, moving on to condition 56. This is an update to past condition requiring bi-monthly training on the OA. Can you tell us a little bit about this new requirement?
Yes, so this requires bi-monthly training for in regards to the order of abatement to shift supervisors, operators, and the outreach team.
Okay, and why do we feel the need to require the bi-monthly training and now include the outreach team?
Yeah, so in the instance of dealing with new personnel, just in case there might be a rotation of staff or other personnel, not all have been trained on the order of abatement. And so, especially with the outreach team now responding to complainants and providing those investigation reports to the community.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, and condition 57 is also a new condition, and that is requiring notification of equipment breakdown related to the OA. So can you tell us about why we felt the need for this, even though we have some of this equipment is required to be notified to us upon breakdown as a part of its Title V, but why do we feel the need for this new condition?
Yes, so in the past, compliance and enforcement has observed that we weren't receiving certain notifications about various equipment failures. Instead, we were being notified either by residents or our own observations. Some of that equipment is covered by the Title V, but some equipment such as like the fence line monitoring, the truck loading facility doors are part of the order for abatement. And so any equipment failure should be notified in the same manner.
Okay, great, thanks. Okay. Condition 58 is also a new condition requiring the submission of Hyperion's emergency plan. And can you tell us a little bit about what's the need for this?
Yes, so this is in response to this past February where we saw significant flooding due to the heavy rains. And Hyperion testified that they have an emergency plan that they follow. And so the district is seeking to ensure that a proper emergency plan is in place.
Okay, and also would this also be responsive to the city of El Segundo's request to receive or to have this information or to ensure that a preventative plan is in place?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and then are you aware of the further conditions?
Yes.
Okay, and could you just tell us briefly what those are?
Yes, so condition 46B, it's required to only submit new safety data sheets upon the instance that new odor chemicals are introduced to the misting system, and a little bit of updates to staff contacts in regards to who's involved with the order for abatement, and that's condition 1G 1051.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to ask a couple more questions. We received proposals from the city of El Segundo with some large capital projects. Are we seeking large capital projects deliverables today?
No, we're mainly focusing on operations, work practices, and responsiveness to the community.
Okay. Additionally, I believe the El Segundo proposal had some job site safety and OSHA compliance proposals. Would that be under our jurisdiction?
No.
Okay. Okay, and as you stated, we're focusing more on the operational and responsiveness to the community concerns that have been testified about. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Ms. Hoppenstein on cross.
Yes, a couple questions, please. Mr. Vander Verle, a few questions about how the district responds to after-hours complaints, if you don't mind, because we're hearing how in subsection 1D there are changes now under the abatement order. I want to put that in context. How does the district handle an after-hour complaint, like a single complaint that's received in a hypothetical? I'll give you at 3 a.m.
So if there is only a single complaint within an hour, then it is usually handled either by telephone response by the after-hours inspector only.
And the after-hours inspector telephone response, that's not going to the location, is it?
No.
And by when does that after-hours telephone response happen relative to, in this example, the single complaint?
If there is an inspector available at that time, typically it's responded by that after-hours inspector, but if there isn't any available, then it would be during the next available inspector, whether it's next day or the next working hours for South Coast.
So is it your understanding that in subsection 1D of the abatement order, even a single complaint made to the Hyperion facility will result in a call within 1 hour? And so that's even stronger, more stringent than what the district is doing in the example that I gave.
I believe it just depends on the conditions for after hours versus business hours. So
is it your understanding that in subsection 1D of the order of abatement as proposed to be modified, that an after-hour complaint made to the Hyperion facility will be responded to with a call back at the vicinity of the location within the hour? And feel free to review the text if that would be helpful.
Yes, 1 second. Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, so just to close the loop on this, in some ways, not only is the responsiveness being increased to match what the district's doing, it's even a step up under subsection 1D. Is that fair?
Correct.
No further questions.
Members of the board.
Sure. You want to go first, Cynthia?
Go right ahead.
Thank you. Sir, did you also take a look at the letter that was sent by the city manager, Mr. Daryl George, in reference to the 6 requests that they had after they toured the facility?
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay. What is your comment in reference to number 2 in particular, because they feel that the use of smaller trucks would be more applicable to getting those trucks through there and the doors being able to be opened and closed easier. Do you agree with that?
That would fall under requiring a third-party contractor, changing of contractors. That would be outside of our jurisdiction.
I understand that, but I'm asking your opinion in reference to, do you agree that smaller trucks would be more applicable to that practice versus the larger trucks that they apparently have now?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. And also, did you take a look at the rest of them, the other compliant or requests that they had? Specifically, the one that I was looking at was the bar screen overpass system, number 5.
Correct.
Okay. And your opinion on number 5?
Right now, the way we've evaluated is we're just looking at work practices and operations.
Okay.
Nothing in regards to large capital projects.
Okay, I understand that. It's just my concern is here we have a city council who took the time to go out there and who have specific requests as they see them. And I'm just concerned that what is going to happen, whatever maintenance is going to happen is still not going to get the job done. And I think the city council has that feeling as well, and that's why they came up with these 6 suggestions. And while we may not have jurisdiction over some part of it, I do think that we need to take them into account.
Agree.
Thank you.
Mr. Pearman, floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. So let's continue with the city manager's letter. Item 3 wasn't discussed in your responses just now to Ms. Rodrigo Peralta. So to what extent is item 3 either covered in the proposed conditions or something the district chose not to request, sir? Item 3.
Yes, I believe Ms. Chavez had discussed that there are already daily inspections of the bar screens. And in regards to researching new technology and replacing an existing bar screens, right now we're just not looking into long-term multi-year capital projects.
Okay. And item 4. Comments on that?
I'm unaware of any evaluation in that regard.
Okay. So I just want to be clear in discussing 2, 5, and 6. I want to distinguish whether the district's lack of direct response is based upon it's beyond your jurisdiction, as opposed to it's within your jurisdiction, but just a long-term capital project that you choose not to address here.
So I believe the only condition that's outside our jurisdiction would be anything regarding the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. In that regard, we do not have any control over the facility. In terms of the other projects implemented, I've been told that we're only looking for in regards to operations and preventative and maintenance.
Okay. Now, you heard the witness commentator, Mr. Kowski, mention a call back after hours that she received maybe yesterday. So under the way you see 1D changes as operating, might complainants expect callbacks after hours from Hyperion in these circumstances, as opposed to thinking it might be a scam or a phony call?
Unless the callback is denied, that's how it should be proposed in the condition.
That's how it should be operated.
Correct, operated.
Good. Okay. Also, was it, if you can comment on the proposed order, and maybe Ms. Chavez can, I noticed it kept the compliance deadline as 1/3/25 and called for a status conference for today. Did the district or the parties have a position about those dates? Since obviously we're hearing today, so that has to be changed or deleted.
There was no revision to that that date that was I think put in there at the July 31st hearing.
Do you think the compliance deadline should be extended?
Today we're just keeping it we're proposing it to remain the same at January 3rd, 2025.
And you're not suggesting a status hearing at all?
That is not being proposed.
And let me ask the witness also a couple of the, well, actually 2 things. Mr. Chair, we did get some letters during the testimony. It looks like 2 of them that maybe we need to mark as exhibits.
Yes. Yeah, we'll take care of that after we finish with the questioning and whatnot.
Okay, well, one of the exhibits proposed, and also the one from Ms. Shelton, P28, They both mentioned a problem with the north and central monitors failing perhaps. Are you aware of those complaints, and can you comment upon that, sir?
I am aware of those complaints. However, I'm unaware of the process for how we want to move forward at this time.
So you can't attest that in fact the failures did occur. You don't know, or you don't know how to deal with it.
In my experience, I haven't observed any instances where there haven't been data in the monitoring station. Just in my short review, there are other inspectors and other personnel of compliance that might have experienced that.
You mean prior to your responsibilities, or someone who additionally inspects and looks at this facility?
I am the lead inspector, but there are backups in case I'm not available. So additional personnel from AQMD.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any further questions from Mr. Balakapalam? As I see you
Yes.
reach the button, there you go.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Vanderfer.
Morning.
You mentioned, I think, in response to Ms. Chavez's question, there was no NOV, but how many complaints have been received since the last hearing on July?
Since the last hearing, we've received 110 complaints.
110?
Correct.
And most of them are verified, or?
I'd say most of them have been verified.
But it didn't rise to a level of, to issue an NOV?
No.
Okay. Let me go to the broken doors, stuck doors. Why is it going to take so long to repair the doors? If I have a garage door that doesn't open or shut, either fix it myself or call somebody within a day, I can get it done. Do you know why you need till October to fix that?
I believe from what the facility reported to me, the doors are kind of specialty doors that require a certain contractor to be available to repair them.
And what seems to be the delay? Because we heard that in July and it's been occurring. Now we are seeing the order extended at, to giving them until October to fix it. What steps do you know have they taken to get the contractor in, inspect the doors and get it repaired even sooner? Because as you agree, I think you mentioned if the doors open, there's a high potential for orders to.
I believe it just depends on the availability of the contractor.
And did you check with the facility to see if they had contacted the contractors or when they're going to be there on site?
They reported to me that they have already contacted the contractor, but it just depends on their availability.
And to your knowledge, is there other interim measures they can take to prevent the orders while they're waiting for the contractor to come in and assess the?
From my observations, I've observed misting fans at the location. I haven't directly observed any odors from the perimeter of the building. So it just really depends on those mechanisms of odor control.
When you go to this, when you do your inspection, do you take any personal monitoring handheld for H2S monitors with you?
No H2S monitoring. We only usually record wind speed and direction.
Now, are you trained on using the Jerome monitor? Does the district have a portable H2S monitoring equipment?
Yes, we do.
And are you trained on it?
Me personally, no, but there are inspectors who are.
And do those inspectors take it with them and they go on inspection to take readings around where the potential odors?
We do conduct Jerome readings during the Title V inspection, the annual Title V inspection.
That's once a year. Now,
yes.
Let me bring your attention to condition 47. I'll give you a minute to read through that. Okay. To your knowledge, have you seen the report where they've done a feasibility study on this portable, using the portable?
I believe that's part of the monthly report that's submitted to management.
So they are using it?
I believe so. I'm unaware of exactly if they are, because I personally do not receive the monthly report.
Okay.
At this time.
I thought you're the lead inspector. You don't get them?
I am the lead inspector. However, I believe the OA was the contacts for the monthly reports in regards to the OA was set before I was assigned to be the lead inspector.
So you're now, I see you're listed in.
Yes, that's part of the conditions that we're changing for staff involved with the OA, conditions 1G.
Now, you mentioned the broken stuck doors at the grid loading. Is it also at the biosolid sludge loading area too?
I'm unaware specifically at this time. We have mostly just observed those doors having issues at the truck loading facility.
I mean, there are numerous truck loading places, right? You've got the grid loading, unloading. And is that where you observed the door, stuck doors?
Correct.
What about the biosolids loading?
I haven't observed any stuck doors at the biosolids.
Okay, so they're working as far as you know.
It's my observations I've seen.
Okay. Now, you mentioned numerous times that the district's not looking at the long-term capital projects. You've seen the letter from the city, and they're talking about the bar screen overpass system. Have you observed any construction going on there at the bar pass, as far as the overpass, or building something to handle the surge in flow?
I haven't seen any construction at this time in the facility.
Okay. Are you also aware of about EPA's order of consent for this facility? Have you heard about it or seen any administrative order of consent issued by EPA?
No, I'm not familiar with that at this time.
All right. All right. Go no further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have two more issues I wanted to ask.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Going back to number 47, it bothers me in these orders, and especially the fact that we have been dealing with this for such a long time, and the public has been suffering for such a long time, that instead of saying, like on the first sentence, respondents shall investigate the feasibility and availability, I don't trust them to do that. Why are we not just saying respondents shall utilize a portable or roving ambient air monitor?
I'm not too sure on the exact wording that it's been chosen for the.
It's right there, and you know, we're all looking at it, and I suppose I just don't think we're being hard enough on the directive. We're not being. We should be directing them more. And because I don't think that they are going to do, as we have seen in the past, that they say, well, you know, we haven't gotten to that yet, and it's not feasible, whatever. I just think we need to take out that language of shall investigate feasibility and availability. We should tell them just do it.
Okay, we'll take that into consideration.
And the other issue, I want to go back to that letter from the city, especially number 5, where they're noting that the current option is to release untreated wastewater into the ocean with the existing bar screen overpass system that they have. And that obviously is a violation. And this was also the same system that they had when the incident of July 2021 occurred. So, you know, what are we doing there to prevent that from happening again?
I believe the release of sewage is mostly tapping into the jurisdiction of the water board. And so it's really difficult for us to have a say in that regard.
Well, you just said a moment ago that we had jurisdiction except for the OSHA number 6. So are you saying we have no input at all for even if it's to the water board and whomever else, EPA, in regards to number 5?
I'm unaware exactly of the specifics, but I do know that that discharge is in jurisdiction of the water board.
Okay. I don't agree with that, but thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Doctor.
I have a question. Given some of the challenges between jurisdictions, OSHA, you just mentioned the water board, and the concerns written by the city manager and also concerns heard from the public, would it be wise to have some sort of multi-agency coordination that AQMD participates in so that, especially for these concerns where it seems like there's some gray space, who's the real jurisdiction or authority, it may actually be wise for us to have some formal conversations going on and some public reporting of coordination from multi-agencies involved.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And that's something that maybe we can propose possibly if that's useful. I did want to ask, I'm a little concerned about what member Verdugo Peralta brought up about the overpass system as we look to perhaps increasing precipitation this fall or this winter. Are we sitting here and not only anticipating, but could we work to avoid a potential, catastrophe or accident or incident or whatever it is where there is a release? Or do we see an increase in possible odors, violations, complaints? That are we doing enough to be prepared in the event of a large increase in precipitation this year?
Yeah, that's something that we could take back to management for evaluation for sure.
Thank you.
I had one more question.
Right ahead, Mr. Perman.
So let's go back to 47 that Ms. Verdugo Peralta referred to. And I'm missing something here because 47 said they'll investigate no later than February 24, 2023. Submit a report to AQMD, including copying Ms. Chavez. And then it says if the respondent or AQMD deems monitoring to be feasible, respondent shall procure monitoring equipment within 14 days. So we've got to have a finality here. Either it was deemed feasible by one of you and it's been ignored, or both parties deemed it not feasible. So Ms. Chavez, did the district affirmatively deem it not feasible in that provision?
I believe it was deemed not feasible, but I can check for sure on that.
Yeah, please do and get us that as soon as you can, even if you can find out today. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
Right ahead.
For those central and north monitors, what is the way that you would calibrate or validate those results given the concerns that they may not be accurate readings?
I believe that's handled by the third-party contractor Montrose.
Okay, so AQMD doesn't have any way that they can actually validate or calibrate or make sure that the data is accurate?
I'm unaware of that at this time.
Just one couple of follow-up.
Right ahead, sir.
Do you visit the website to look at the monitoring data?
Am I aware of it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And do you review that daily or?
Yes. So during my complaint investigation, that's one of the things that we take a look at.
And one of the days mentioned by one of the resident was the 28th, I think it was August 28th. Some issues with that. Did you notice anything while you were reviewing the website?
August 28th?
Yeah.
I'm unaware of that specific date. I haven't been the one responding recently just because of some medical issues, but I'm unaware specifically about that date.
And you mentioned that the inspectors take the handheld Jerome only on during Title V inspections. So how many Title V inspections do you do at the facility in a year?
Just one annual inspection a year.
Okay. And beyond that, inspectors don't take those handheld units?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any additional questions? Okay, Ms. Chavez. Do you have an additional witness?
Thank you. I don't have any additional witnesses. Thank you.
Okay, if members of the board are so inclined, why don't we take a 5-minute recess just for ergonomics sake? So we're off the record for 5 minutes. And we'll come back. We're good, 5 minutes. All right, we're back on the record. Okay, before Ms. Hoppenstein takes the floor, we do have new exhibits. There's new exhibits. The first exhibit is from Falati. She referenced it earlier during her public comment. That exhibit will be P30. P30, that email was received September 5th at 8:50 a.m. Again, that will be P30. The next communique was received September 4th at 10:21 p.m. That'll be exhibit 31, and that is from Katina Wong, W-O-N-G, Katina Wong, P31. Okay, let me look very quickly. I see no hands raised. All right, Ms. Hoppenstead, the floor is yours. Did you turn the microphone on? Oh, we can't.
Rosalinda, I think you have the room muted.
Okay, so we have to do a repeat.
I'm going to, the microphone appears to be working. Mr. Chair, let me know when you want me to proceed.
Okay, let me just do a quick repeat. Did everyone hear Ms. Diaz? We went through the new exhibits. If you need me to do them again, I can do it very quickly. P30 is the exhibit submitted by Ms. Fatali, F-A-L-A-T-I. That's P30. The next exhibit is submitted by Ms. Wong, Katina Wong, W-O-N-G. That's P31. P30 and P31. Ms. Hoppenstein, the floor is yours.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I think we're having some problems here with the microphones. Can you give us just a minute, please?
It looks
Not a
like
problem.
it looks like it's working. Is yours working?
Yeah.
Yes, although I don't know if the clerk needs to mark the two exhibits.
Yes. Can you
Yes,
repeat what you
yes.
said so that make sure it's
Yes.
on the record, please?
Yes,
As far as
yes.
exhibits and all that.
Not a problem at all. So an exhibit was submitted by Ms. Fatali, F-A-L-A, F-A-L-A-T-I. That exhibit is P30, P30. And then Ms. Wong submitted an exhibit, Katina Wong, that's P31, P31. P30 and P31 are the new exhibits. Are we in good order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me know when you'd like me to proceed.
Madam Clerk, are we good?
I think somebody did catch us that we're back on the record.
Yes, we're back on the record, yes.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Hoppenstein, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Respondent calls Nicole McIntosh. Ms. McIntosh, could you please state and spell your full name for the record?
Nicole McIntosh, Nicole, last name McIntosh.
And could you briefly describe your position with the city and job duties?
I am the acting civil engineer overseeing the air pollution control section at the Hyperion wastewater treatment plant.
And what are your job duties within the Air Pollution Control Center or Division of the Hyperion wastewater treatment plant?
We execute all of the requirements that are set forth by the Title V permit. We follow through with all the regulations. I've also been administering the abatement order regulations as well. And we deal with anything that has to do with air pollution or air pollution control or odor abatement within the plant.
And you mentioned that your work includes oversight or implementation of the abatement order. You're referring to the one that brings us to the hearing board today?
Correct, only for this particular abatement order.
And do you understand that you're under oath?
I do.
And before I ask you some questions about Exhibit Z, which is the proposed findings and modifications or modified conditions that are before this board today, there have been some questions about specific conditions in the abatement order. I'm going to ask you about some of the older ones first, as opposed to the modified ones. So we had some discussion before the break about condition 47. Do you know whether or not Hyperion has obtained portable monitors in compliance with that condition?
Yes, we have. We at the time when this was, I believe this was back in February of 2023, we initiated the purchase of Acrolog monitors that were set out around the plant. I believe it was in October when we were able to get those in, and those have been in operation since that time. They take continuous readings every 15 minutes. We have them set at 8 different locations throughout the plant. The map of the locations had been sent to engineering, AQMD engineering, and it was approved at that time. And just as a note, 2 of the locations are outside of the headworks buildings, and another one is outside of the truck loading areas.
And when you say it was approved at that time, are you referring to approval by the district?
Correct.
And the district was promptly notified of the satisfaction of that condition, and no questions, alleged violations have been raised in response?
No.
They were aware of the satisfaction of the condition?
Yes.
All right, so now I'm going to ask some questions about the fence line monitoring system. Who is the third-party vendor that operates that system?
Montrose.
And does Montrose respond to questions when they're raised by the district about the fence line monitoring system?
Yes, they do.
And are Montrose responses timely?
Absolutely.
Thorough?
Yes.
And has there ever been an issue with Montrose not being responsive to the district?
No, there has not.
And finally, I'm going to ask some questions about the new 1D, which we spoke about earlier in the testimony of Mr. Farrelly. Is it your understanding that currently, prior to the modification, the odor investigators are going to the site of the complained odor?
Yes, the process that once the complaint is received, and it is given to the person who's a moment to go investigate. Part of their investigation is to go to the residence with a Jerome monitor and take a reading at the residence and report any odors that they detect at that time.
So they are using a monitor in addition to any smell of odor and wind direction taken?
Correct.
And so the difference in this updated 1D is the callback from the vicinity of the location. Is that your understanding of at least one of the modifications to this condition?
Yes.
But the investigation taking place at the site, that has been consistent throughout?
Yes.
Did you review the newer revised conditions in Exhibit Z?
Yes.
And is Hyperion prepared to implement these conditions if approved by this hearing board?
Yes, we are.
No further questions at this time.
Ms. Chavez on cross.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the board.
Mr. Chair, I do have some questions.
What's yours, sir?
Ms. McIntosh, you're aware of the problem with the doors at the loading areas, both the grid chamber and the sludge loading?
I'm aware of the items that were brought up at the last hearing, yes.
And have you been dealing with the contractors to repair expedite in an expeditious manner and fix the problem?
Well, first of all, if I would be able to clarify one thing,
Sure.
there are two different loading and loading areas on the plant. One is at the headworks, which is the grit loading. Another one is the biosolids loading. These both have different requirements for their loading and unloading. The grit loading is a continuous loading versus the biosolids loading, which is done on demand function. And there is a loading window for the biosolids loading. Based off of the statements from Inspector Haynes's last testimony, and I understand he's not here to defend this, but he said that he had gone through the logs for the shift superintendent and mentioned that there were different doors and items that were broken or not functioning. In addition to this, we have many other buildings that have doors. We have approximately 20 other functional process buildings throughout the plant. And so when there is a door that is open or closed, then we make notes of this in our shift superintendent log. And he may have misunderstood based off of that statement, because he also made the statement that every log that he had gone through for the odor complaints stated that there was a door open, and that was not consistent with my review of the same logs that he has received, because I am the one who sends those to Inspector Haynes. And only 14% of the 160 logs that I went through mentioned doors, and only half of those were pertaining to either the headworks or the truck loading doors. So I do not believe that it is the chronic problem that has been presented to the board, that it is something that is an ongoing problem. Now, Mr. Balagopalan, you mentioned that you compared this to your garage door, but I'm assuming that you only open your garage door a couple times a day. We'll get 26 different trucks coming through the doors constantly throughout, daily. So the doors are constantly opening and closing. These are 15-foot high pneumatic automatic doors. And so they're, as was mentioned, they are specialty equipment. And so it is not something where we can just go down to the local hardware store and get replacement parts. This is specialty equipment that is very specific to that loading area.
So my question is, what steps
what steps we have been taking?
Yeah.
So there's two different areas.
Let's focus one at a time.
Which one did you want to hear first?
Let's hear the grit loading.
For the grit loading. So when you say that there are broken doors at the grit loading, that is actually incorrect. The area that had the doors that were damaged was the biosolids loading.
Okay.
So as for the grit loading, we have implemented new policies that because the trucks that we had issues with the trucks that were natural gas fueled. So we couldn't have the trucks in the building with the truck operating, because then it created a hazardous situation because of the fumes of the truck. So what we have implemented is that we will drop the trailer off, we will disconnect the cab, and then we will be able to shut the door afterwards. And then we will have to bring the cab back in to readjust the location so that we would be able to even out the load on the grit. So the doors are being closed. Now, recently there was a call in to AQMD. And yes, we do call them in when there is an issue, because we've been preparing for wet weather, and we have been overhauling some of our equipment that's in the building. So we've had to have the door open, but that was called in. Now, regarding the truck loading facility, there was a door that was broken. It was for a short, now many times the doors.
I'm sorry, you're talking now referring to the biosolids.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have more
No.
questions
You moved on, right? To the biosolids, okay.
Did you have any more questions regarding the
No.
grit loading? So regarding the biosolids loading, we did have one door that was broken. Now, oftentimes when they are quote unquote broken, they the part of the mechanical equipment, the automatic equipment, the communication between the control room and the door are what's broken. It's not necessarily that there's any damage to the door. Sometimes there is, sometimes there's not. We're dealing with a lot of trucks, a lot of activity that's coming through there. So there was a call in recently for the door that was partially open, but it was only open to about 3 or 4 feet. But we did put in mitigation measures at the time. Now, please make note that there has been statements that said that once the doors are open, that odors it is portrayed as though they are billowing out of the building, and that is not the case. We have ventilation system that is very actively ventilating the biosolids building and the truck loading bays. So the biosolids building, it has its own dedicated air pollution control system that is administered by AQMD. So when the doors are open, there is still draft coming through there, and the air is still being drawn up. So even if the doors are open. And we did test this as part of one of the conditions for the abatement order.
Okay, so what's the current situation of the doors at the sludge loading area?
For the biosolids loading,
Biosolids, yeah.
there's one door that is where the automatic systems are not functioning, and a manual mechanism has been installed so that we can manually open and close the doors.
So there's no issue in closing the door?
Correct.
So it will remain closed when you are loading?
Yes, that is the policy that we have been implementing and are currently implementing.
So I'm wondering what's the requirement to do it, by October 25th, submit a report. It looks like you've got everything working then, you're saying.
Well, we are in compliance at this moment, yes.
At this moment, okay. And as you indicated, it's under negative pressure, so
yes,
even it's okay. All right. Okay, now let's move on from there then. The other area, are you familiar with what they're doing at the grid chamber construction that's going on to handle the overflow?
So are you referring to the statement that was mentioned in the El Segundo letter?
Yes.
So there isn't any activities that are going on at the Headworks buildings that was stated. I spoke to the engineers that oversee that section, and they said that per the ad hoc committee that's with El Segundo, that they are currently implementing, if I can just check my notes here, an assessment for the ultimate reasons for the overflows from February and back in 2021. They're looking into preventative maintenance and activities that they can go on for future flooding. They are working on draft technical memos regarding the structural, electrical, and mechanical operations in the bar screen area. There is a report that is due by January 31st of 2025 per the ad hoc committee. Now, in regards to the bypass, currently the way that the wastewater would go in case that there was the bypass at the Headworks building was opened, then the flow would just go into the aerated grit basins and then the primary treatment, primary clarifiers, and then would then progress through the plant. There is no bypass that goes directly out into the ocean.
Are you familiar with the EPA's administrative order consent on Hyperion?
I am not.
You're not, okay. I know it's not, but I remember seeing the article in the paper, I believe it was in the newspaper, about the fine that EPA was imposing, and I pulled it up yesterday. So, and it said that one of the required work under the order, and stop me if I'm, if you think it's not appropriate to bring this up, is completing the construction of high-level overflow improvements, including a high-level overflow channel with static screens for debris removal. And if EPA's order is taking care of it, I don't think we need to address it. And that's all I want to know. It's been addressed by another agency, it's been looked at. So we can, the board can not worry about that portion, which was brought up in the letter. Any comments on that? Or
If there's a question, this witness is not the expert on the EPA administrative order of consent. That's a public document. So it exists as public record for El Segundo or members of this board or anybody, frankly, to review what those requirements are. But perhaps in a redirect, I can elicit some more information, although this witness is not in a position to respond with any detail.
okay, then I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. McIntosh.
Thank you. Sapistan.
Oh, I had a.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Kremer.
So just following up on what you said, 47 and the monitors, and I just want to be clear because that dealt with portable or roving ambient air monitors. And your description of them seemed to imply that AQMD had approved some fixed locations. So I'll just make sure we're talking about the same thing there and not the Teledyne or Acrolog monitors when you answer that question about number 47.
47 was completely separate from the Teledyne monitors that are per condition number 4. At the time when we did the analysis and we spoke with AQMD, it was agreed that we would be able to use the portable Acrolog monitors. I'm not sure if you're familiar with them or not. And those monitors they are continuous monitors. They take readings every 15 minutes, and that we would be able to collect the data throughout the plant so that we would better be able to pinpoint any sources of odors that were coming out to the fence line.
So are they portable and roving as opposed to fixed?
They are portable. They are portable monitors in a fixed location.
So
if that makes any sense.
So they're not moved around at all?
No, they are very small monitors. They're about the size of a shoe, and they are hung in specific areas, and they can be moved around if it is deemed required by either the plant or if AQMD had a requirement for them to be relocated.
What would be the conditions from your standpoint to relocate them or move them around? I mean, what conditions would warrant that?
Mostly if there was any kind of construction activity that was going on that would obstruct the availability or the ability of the monitors to receive any readings, or if there is a specific point source that we wanted to get a better handle on, we might move the monitor closer to the point source.
Thank you.
Any additional question, Mr. Balakapalan, sir?
Yes, just to clarify, so that's the Acrolog you're talking about, and the three of those, right?
For the plant-wide monitoring, we have 8 different monitors. Up on the fence line, we have 2 additional Acrologs, but those are under 2 separate conditions.
And when we talk about portable, the truly portable, you talk about the Jerome.
Well, they're both portable monitors.
I know, but the Jerome is the one that has been, you said when they get a complaint, they take it to the site to get the reading.
That is for ambient air monitoring, because the Jeromes are not set up to take continuous monitoring. So they are not as useful for continuous fence line monitoring, but the Jeromes are the ones that are taken out to the site for investigations.
And how many of those do you have?
Many. I believe we have about 6 of them right now. We're continuously sending them back to the manufacturer to have them calibrated. They have to be calibrated at the manufacturer. Our plant staff isn't able to do that. So we have to have enough on site to use that, because it's also used for the odor patrol and for the investigations, and engineering keeps a couple of them on hand for any investigations that we might need, at the moment.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Well, could I further clarify, Mohan, because again, you just mentioned Jerome, so Are the Jerome's, the portable or roving ambient air monitors per 47, are they something different, the
Well,
understanding?
I think it is portable, it is, you can handheld, you can take it to different locations. So in that sense, they are roving and portable. But I think what she's referring on 47 is a portable one, but it's at a fixed location because they gave the coordinates for the three in the order. So the AQLog is fixed in certain sites, basically, correct?
The ones on the fence line are.
The fence line, yeah.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
All right, the floor is yours.
Ms. McIntosh, so in reference to the doors, how many doors are there that are not operating?
All of the doors can be operated.
So there's nothing wrong with any of them?
Currently, the only door that, at the time of the last hearing, there was a door that was not able to be shut at the biosolids truck loading facility, but we have since mitigated that.
As of today?
No, as of,
I'm asking you as of today.
And I have responded, all the doors are operating as of today.
As of today. So when the city council went out, and I'm not sure of the date, they were referring also to the doors, and you're telling me that they were or were not operating then. Do you know?
Which item on the El
It's
Segundo?
number 2. In reference, they were referring, that's when they suggested to use smaller trucks.
I don't believe there says anything in there about the doors being broken. That was just the recommendations for the loading and uploading of the grid. And that was the area that I mentioned where we are disconnecting the cab of the truck. And so that we were able to, so we set the trailer of the truck in the building so we are able to close the doors.
Okay, so there's no issues at all, you're saying, that on any of the doors at that facility at this point in time?
Well, I'd prefer not to speak in absolutes.
Ms. McIntosh, we're asking you for information. And you're here to give us that information. And we need that information to make our decisions and whatever suggestions we are making to Hyperion in reference to what needs to be done, what needs to be looked at, what needs to be monitored, et cetera. And so I'm asking you to give me an answer, yes or no. Are all the doors, you said they're all operating as of today. Is that correct?
All the doors are operational as of today.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? Okay, Ms. Hoppenstein, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to address some of the questions that some of the topics of discussion that we just addressed. If I can turn your attention first to condition 47, and I'll just read aloud the first line. Respondent shall investigate the feasibility and availability of utilizing a portable or roving ambient air monitors to conduct continuous air monitoring to identify sources of significant H2S releases that may impact fence line monitor readings. I am not reading the entirety of this condition. Are you familiar with this condition generally?
I am familiar.
And is it your understanding that the AQLog monitors that you had testified earlier today are portable air monitors that are used for conducting continuous air monitoring?
They are.
And the Jerome monitors, which may be portable and roving, those are not to be used for continuous air monitoring.
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to clarify that. And the district has the ability to request the data for those AQLog monitors?
Yes, they do.
And that's been the case since 2023, since they've been implemented?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to go to a study that was performed as part of this odor abatement process, or the order on the abatement, on odor sources. Do you recall generally that there had earlier been a study conducted by third parties to, not Hyperion, but by consultants, and that was submitted to this board?
Was that the December 2022 report?
Yes, I believe that that's
correct. I am familiar with it.
And from that report, is it the case that the majority of the odor sources or the belief of the majority of the odors were from the primary tanks? And is that your general understanding of part of the findings of that
Yes,
report?
that was our understanding of the findings.
And is it your understanding that as a result, the district and this board focused on the primary tanks as the capital improvement to address the odor sources?
Yes.
And while the truck loading facilities, we've talked about 2 of them today, while that may have been a potential odor source, that was not identified as a main odor contributor. Is that fair?
That was my understanding, yes.
And the report is in the record, it speaks for itself. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And in any case, you have described for this board and members of the public who are listening, that in addition to closing doors, repairing doors, making sure doors are functional, there's other venting and other odor mitigation activities within these facilities. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Earlier in your testimony, you referenced an ad hoc committee. Is it the case that it may be the EPA administrative order and consent that is the document requiring some of these studies and capital implementation that you referenced?
I am not part of the team that's working on that. I spoke with one of my colleagues in regards to that. And I know that is being worked with the city of El Segundo. And it is possible that it's EPA, but I can't say for certain.
So you are relaying as you understood it, but you don't have personal knowledge.
Correct.
Do you know whether or not there is a bypass capacity being built or as part of the EPA AOC, or you're not ability?
There is currently nothing being built at this time. They are still doing an investigation. We wouldn't want to start building something prematurely and have it not be able to meet the requirements that we are trying to meet.
And if that's a requirement, that would be something that the document itself would speak to, and you're not that familiar with it. Is that true?
That is true.
There were a couple of conditions that were described in Exhibit X in terms of maintenance records being on a monthly basis, a report being provided to the district. Do you recall generally that modified condition?
Yes.
And also there is the existing emergency plan must be submitted by a date certain. Are you familiar generally?
Yes.
And was it your understanding that those conditions were to respond to the El Segundo letter requesting information on maintenance?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. In the letter that was from Mr. George dated August 23rd, 2024, there was a request for a preventive maintenance plan and a backstop of vital parts that may need emergency replacement, number 4 on that list. Do you recall that letter?
Yes, I recall.
And is it your understanding that some of these modified conditions that are included in Exhibit X, while they're not to the letter of what was requested, they're addressing the spirit of transparency on maintenance?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, just as a follow-up to
right ahead, sir.
I did bring up the odor study, and I just wanted to get your confirmation that one of the recommendation is that they proactively monitor for leaks at the plant where odor complaints persist. To your knowledge, is that what's happening at the facility?
The roving the plant-wide monitors was from my understanding, that AQMD, the district, implemented that as one of the conditions, the plant-wide monitors, in order to monitor any leaks throughout the plant based off of the recommended locations from that report. So that is being implemented right now.
And have you got readings? Who reviews the reading at your facility, those AQMD readings to determine, oh yeah, we have a problem? And how do they identify where the source of the leak is from there?
Myself and my staff are the ones that review that data.
And have you found areas of concern, high readings recently?
Not recently, no. Not since we were getting higher readings around the primary tanks before the tank covers were put in place, but now that the tank covers have been fully installed, we have not been having any issues.
So this data is not routinely sent to the district inspector, but they can request it. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any additional questions from members of the board? All right, Ms. Hoppenstead, your next witness.
Unless the hearing board has questions about outreach or the responses to the community members, the respondent has no other witness.
Okay, no problem at all. All right, let's move on over.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question on the outreach.
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay, then respondent calls Allison Arnold. Good morning, Ms. Arnold.
Morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, it's Allison Arnold. That's ALLISON ARNOLD.
And could you briefly describe your position and job duties?
Sure, I'm a member of the LA Sanitation Community Outreach Team. And as it pertains to Hyperion, I respond to complaints of odors that we receive from residents. I draft email blasts to go out to the community to advise them about upcoming work and impactful things at Hyperion. Sorry, can you? Oh, I'm sorry. Community Outreach Team for LA Sanitation. You're welcome.
And do you understand that you are under oath?
I do.
And you took that oath today?
Yes.
And I believe that the hearing board has questions, but just preliminarily, are you part of the group that calls back complainants and also provides to them the written findings of the odor investigations?
Yes, I am.
No further questions for me.
Ms. Chavez, you have a question?
All right.
Okay. So my question is more general, and let me know. And does your community outreach involve preventing the material coming into the facility? As far as to the headworks and so forth. Does that, as far as education to the public, because of the material that is coming that causes, and I saw on your website you got bowling ball, motorcycle, and so forth. Does outreach go that beyond that as far as educating the public in not throwing trash around or whatever, that gets pulled during the flooding and so forth into the headworks?
You can answer if you understand or seek clarification.
I mean, the outreach that we're doing as part of this, my personal role in it does not include that, but LA Sanitation may have such a program in place that I am not directly involved with. So
Okay.
maybe, is there, I mean, you're meeting with the outreach that I'm doing in terms of calling the residents, sending the emails and things
No,
like
no,
that?
I just wanted to know if your outreach extends beyond that, as
Oh,
far
I
as
see.
educating the public. Everybody's responsible for causing the problem at the headworks, because
see what you're saying, yes.
that's what I'm getting at.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my role for this specific Hyperion does not involve that. I do work with the city on a number of sewer projects, but it's more of an education of the impacts of those projects and the need for the repairs and things like that. So my direct capacity does not involve education of that type, but as I said, LA Sanitation may have such things in place.
The city may have another witness who can speak more directly to member, the member's question, if you would like.
Let me just bring up the question, I maybe the individual may have the answer, but as I said, the material that comes to the headworks is during heavy rains and so forth, is coming from all the pipelines that are collecting them. So I'm just wondering if there's outreach to the community, the cities, about trying to prevent some of this material getting into the pipeline. If the witness has the answer, that's fine. If not, that's fine.
The next witness may provide some more information, might not be specific as to what campaign and outreach and education is done to prevent illegal dumping or what materials should or should not go into the sewer system, but we can ask the witness and see what her knowledge is. So
Sure. Appreciate it.
I have no further questions for this witness, but ready to call the next one if helpful.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question before we let this witness go. Do you know if, I don't know what that whistling is. Do you know if your committee or group or whatever you want to call it, or yourself, do you meet with the city of El Segundo or any of the city representatives?
I know that we work closely with the city of El Segundo to make sure that the residents are getting timely notifications. In specific, I work with their communications director to help share those notifications that we make of upcoming work at Hyperion to make sure that their audience is also receiving those notices. We spoke about that at length very recently, actually. And we are working with them also to hear their feedback on how our notices could be improved based on some feedback they had. We've implemented some changes to our email format that seem to be going well. So we do partner with them and work with them.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Ms. Hoppinston, first of all, Mr. Balakapalan, do we need the other witness? Are we okay with the testimony that's been proffered?
I would like to hear from the other witness.
Okay, very well. Ms. Hoppinston, did the witness take the oath?
Let's see. The next witness that the respondent will call is Tanya Shelton. And to answer the chair's question, I believe she did take the oath, but we will make sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Tanya Shelton, TONYA SHELTON.
And Ms. Shelton, do you understand that you're under oath today?
I do.
And you took that oath?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe your position with the city and your job duties?
Yes, I'm the Public Information Director for Los Angeles Sanitation and Environment, and I head up our Public Affairs Office as well as our Community Outreach team.
And as the public affairs, in your position with the city and with sanitation, could you briefly address questions about the engagement with El Segundo and the residents? So this was a question posed by Member Verdugo Peralta a moment ago. If you could please address what outreach you are personally engaged in.
Sure. As Allison indicated, we do reach out to El Segundo quite regularly. We do have the Hyperion Citizens Forum, which is also a partnership with El Segundo. We have been meeting quarterly. We are reevaluating that schedule now and hope to introduce very soon another meeting schedule. We're bringing in a third party outreach partner to shore up our outreach efforts with El Segundo. And so we'll probably introduce perhaps even monthly meetings. So that is more to come on that. But yes, we do have the El Segundo Citizens Forum that dates back more than 10 years.
Okay, and does that forum include members of the city council or members of the city, or the employees of the city, as well as the public?
I'm sorry, yes, yes, it does. So we actually share oversight of that meeting. They're one of their appointed council members. The city of El Segundo chairs that meeting with us. And so the director of public works is also involved in that meeting. So yes.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, Member Balagopalan had earlier asked questions about education efforts from sanitation relating to what goes in the pipes. Could you please respond with what you know about such efforts to the extent they exist?
Yes, so we do have and have had ongoing campaigns, sort of do not flush, because you're absolutely right. A lot of the issue with what turns up at the Headworks facility are those items that should not be flushed down the toilet. So we have had very routinely do not flush campaigns, and those are headed up by our marketing department. We have literature. We post that information on our website, and so that is something that we do very, very regularly in terms of educating people as to what should not be flushed down the toilet and tossed in the storm drains and that kind of messaging.
Can I ask the question? My question is more not on the individual homeowner, what they cannot flush, because I see they don't flush a bowling ball or a 17-foot telephone pole or a motorcycle. So how do those get in to the pipeline, and what steps are you proactively trying to address with the service, the cities that you and the municipalities that you service to ensure that doesn't happen? Because no matter how good the bar screens are, if you get those kind of things coming in, you're going to have a problem.
Yes, so we also do have a division that does work with businesses in terms of education and outreach, and so they would be producing and disseminating that messaging. But in terms of the other messaging for the homeowner, we do that as part of my team and in partnership with marketing. But again, we do have a division that is dedicated to outreach to our business partners.
Yeah, I'm curious, how does a motorcycle get into the bar screen area?
I can't specifically
okay, all right, thank you.
Address that. Thank you.
All right, any additional questions of the board? Okay. We move to closing.
Thank you.
Comments, Ms. Chavez?
Yes, thank you. As we have discussed today, the district seeks improvements on the operations, the work practices, and the responsiveness at Hyperion. Is my mic on?
Yes, your mic is on.
Okay, thank you. As we have heard from compliance and enforcement, the order for abatement and the modifications proposed today provides a pathway for Hyperion to further improve operations in a manner to not create a public nuisance, to reduce odor complaints, and be responsive to the community. We have appreciated El Segudo's proposals, and they have been evaluated by staff and incorporated where appropriate, as testified to by Inspector Farley, and included in my opening statement as well. We have tried to incorporate some of those suggestions, but we're also focusing on the work practices and operations that we believe will enhance operations at Hyperion, and we expect that Hyperion will comply with the OA. But if there is a problem in the future where there is a continued ongoing nuisance, we wouldn't hesitate as well to extend the OA or to pursue other modifications as necessary. For today, we think there's good cause to adopt the proposed modifications. Thank you.
Ms. Hopperstein.
Thank you for your time today. Respondent City of Los Angeles joins in the request to this board to adopt the stipulated Exhibit Z before it. And with that, we hope that we will not be before you or need to be before you, and that of the situation at the plant resolves. But again, we are committed to working with the district and with your board to address any continuing concerns. And with that, in that vein, are here stipulating to the proposed modifications before you.
Thank you. Members of the board, relative to deliberation.
I'll go first. First, I guess, comment question, particularly to the district, is that the new inspector didn't seem to be quite up to speed on some of the monitoring issues. And I noticed in the order 3 and 4 currently reports available to Inspector Haynes. So I was just curious, was there any rhyme or reason how you put the new inspector's name in the copied portion of the order versus sometimes you didn't include him and kept Haynes, for example, because I'm just wondering if it makes sense, given the concerns raised about the monitoring and his, meaning Farrar Lee's kind of lack of real familiarity, whether he should be in 3 and 4, for example, along with Mr. Haynes. Any thoughts about that?
Yes, I try to include Mr. Farley wherever possible. And I think I did actually add him to condition 3. Sorry, 4. Where the weekly records
Oh,
with
yeah,
the data from the
yes,
monitors would
yes,
be sent to Mr. Haynes and Mr. Farley and Garrett Kakishita
Would
in
you
the 7
object to
days.
adding the 3?
Excuse me?
Would you object to 3 as well, adding him? Or is that irrelevant?
I believe these are the same weekly records that would be sent to the district. So they would be incorporated in 4 as well.
Well, 4 is Teledyne and isn't 3 Acrolog?
They're all part of, with respect, they're all part of the same submission. So if that revision is requested, we can accommodate it, although practically speaking, it will be satisfied by the inclusion at condition 4.
Meaning you send one report of both devices.
They're attachments on a single email. So once the email is added for condition 4, de facto, the information will be shared under condition 3.
Mr. Chavez, any objection to adding Farrar Lee to number 3 as well?
No objection. That can make it clearer. Thank you.
And adding it to the end of 2 as well, is that the private records of training?
I hadn't dealt with that, but you can when you get to make your comments. And then I'd like to maybe request, unless confidential, that in response to the questions raised by El Segundo and Mr. Belacapon's questions on the EPA order and the bar screen overpass system, if there is an EPA order that's not confidential, to provide that at the next status conference if it deals with the bar screen overpass system issue. Again, just provided if you're subject to such an order that covers that. And then I mentioned status conference. Given there were 110 complaints, the problem is still ongoing. And then we've seen the additional commentary from other witnesses today. So I think we should come back for a status conference. We've got some deliverables in October, 5th, 11th, and 25th. So I would suggest we pick a date, or at convenience, the clerk pick a date sometime later in November for a status conference. And we can leave the current abatement end order as is and just deal with that at the next status conference, but I'm sure we'll have to extend it. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
I don't know, Mr. Chair, I'm going to, I think I agree with Mr. Pearman about having a follow-up status conference sometime in November, because there is still a disconnect, because we are still getting complaints, even though if the monitoring and data and everything is supposed to be fixed, all the covers of the clarifiers have been put in place, but we're still getting complaints. And the one today about the parent taking the kids to school and it was she was smelling ammonia emissions. So I think there's still, a need to continue the monitoring. I'm not sorry. Let me back that up. I think the district should be inspectors going to the site once a year with the handheld monitoring is really not sufficient. I believe they should be carrying it with them every time they go, so they can identify where maybe there's any areas that are hotspots or leaks or anything, in addition to what the facility is doing. So and that's what I would like to hear. I don't maybe not necessarily put that as a requirement, but I just wanted to voice that that the inspectors should be trained on the Jerome and should be able to use it and take it with them every time they go to the site. It seems like they're not doing that except for the Title V inspection. I'm not sure why then and not routinely. But I said I think Mr. Pierman did say if it's not, I wasn't doing research because I did get the email or I saw in the newspaper about EPA's order. So I looked it up, to refresh myself, I looked it up. So, and I think if another agency, EPA, is addressing some of these issues already, look like the bar screen, the overflow, we don't need to get into that. I think it's been looked at by the EPA. So I'm if that order is in force, I think I'm quite satisfied that there are other mitigation that has been looked at, long-term capital projects, let's say, that will address another unfortunate event when there's a huge deluge of what do you call liquids coming into the plant. I mean, for a better word, the only so I. And I think, and we heard from Ms. McIntosh, there's no problem with the doors, or at least it's been been addressed. So that has been the issue the last time with Inspector Haynes, and I think he did paint a dire picture of issues at the facility. But Ms. McIntosh is saying that that's not true, and it looks like the two areas, which is the grid removal system and the biosolids, and I believe they're both under negative pressure. So if anything, they, if there's a problem with the doors, and I think I heard a contractor has been called and they'll be coming out. There are, I mean, if the negative air is working, or they can put plastic sheets temporarily to prevent, to obstruct the flow of air outside. So there are other things that they can do in the meantime while waiting for a contractor to come and fix the door. So, but I'll go by what Ms. McIntosh said, that everything's been fixed. So we leave it to the inspector to determine a yes or no when he goes out when they go out for the next for the inspection, or when they respond to an order complaint. So other than that, I think except for the correction, I think to who the hearing board members were present, I think that needs to be corrected. I think Mr. Ali's not there, and the title, that has to be corrected on the page. I too will support the, I can find good cause to grant the modified order abatement.
All right, Ms. Verdugo-Peralta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reluctant to find good cause. I mean, overall, I guess, yes, but I have a lot of angst, if you will, with the fact that we are being told on one hand that the doors are totally fixed, and on the other that it's still scheduled to be done. I miss our inspector, Mike, I can't think of his last name right now, Haynes, thank you. He is so honest and so to the point, and has such passion for this facility, because he knows what's at stake. And what's at stake here is the health of the surrounding residents, not to mention the employees. And the fact that we are told in one hand things are done, and on the other hand they're on schedule, and on the other hand that they're not done by the city council people, as well as the residents who testified. So I suppose overall, the things that are listed in here, when we have, as I mentioned before, statements that say, well, we will look into the feasibility of, I think we need to be much more direct and tell them that they need to do these things, and they need to get done in a timely manner. We have been kicking this can down the street, as I mentioned last time, I believe I used the same words, for years now, and it's only gotten worse in some instances. And there have been occasions that have been an absolute threat to the health of the public. So I'm just very reluctant to find good cause. I appreciate the work that the district has been doing along with the staff from Hyperion. But I don't see enough progress and enough correction. It's still a big problem to the surrounding areas. It's not getting better.
Any additional comments?
Yes, Chair.
The floor is yours.
I did want to make that point about number 2, if we can add for Lee on that one as well. I do feel that our lead inspector on the AQMD side needs to be more, I guess, up to speed with all the details, and a little disappointed in that, and definitely hope that that is improved by the next time we get a status update, or make sure that, I don't know if it's working with the team or making sure that everybody's communicating. I still have that concern that we're not entirely sure of what the EPA is doing, what the water board is doing, what AQMD is doing. And I wonder if that's also confusing, you know, what we really can accomplish here, and also making sure the public's aware that we're doing everything we can from the district side, and that there are other agencies involved doing very different pieces of this puzzle. So I do wonder if some sort of coordination on the part of AQMD with other public entities would be wise, as, you know, some sort of potential additional condition. Otherwise, I do hope that we're able to validate the readings that were brought up for concern from some of the monitors in the community, and that the issue around the handheld monitoring is updated. I'm a little concerned that the next check-in in January may be too far out if there are moving pieces that we need to hear back on more timely. Otherwise, I believe that both parties have been working together in good faith, and I would support this order of abatement as amended.
All right, good deal. Just have one question, Ms. Chavez and Ms. Hoppenstein. Not really a question, more so, can we move that date from January 3rd to either further, maybe a week out? Because we do want to make sure that the community, they're able to be present. And that's the 3rd, right after New Year's, and individuals might not be in town, they might be with family. So we do want to make certain that we were very respectful of the calendar. Any thoughts on that?
I believe that January 3rd is the proposed expiration date, not a hearing date. And I think that your comments of making sure that there is a hearing date people can attend to the extent a status conference, and I believe Member Pearman asked for a return back date. I think all of your comments make sense with respect to that return back date. That's not supposed to be January 3rd. It's supposed to be even earlier, frankly.
Okay, all right, okay, good deal. And we can always work on scheduling subsequently.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Okay, good deal. So in the matter of facility ID.
One comment.
Go right ahead, sir.
Just, I support the angst of Ms. Verdugo Peralta. My reaction was, when I read this order, are we doing anything that in the short term is clearly improving the air of the residents? And the answer is, I'm not sure that we are. But I think this is the best we have at this point in the short term. And so we'll see if the improvements that we've been told about actually take place. And also I note that, for example, with the doors issue, they had to be checked monthly, and reports of problems are in their report that per condition 51 is supposed to be provided. So we can look at that monthly report and see if there's continuing issues, then we can ask questions about it at the next meeting, because we do get those monthly reports. So I think we'll be able to check on the door issue at the next status conference too. So with that, I again agree with, despite those issues too, we can find good course.
Okay, in the matter of.
I may add a comment, and this is again, at the next status conference schedule, I would like to hear what outreach they're doing to address the large solids and so forth that comes into the facility, because no matter, that jams up the bar screens, so unless you we know these events will occur, large amount of floodwater will come in if there's a atmospheric rain and so forth. And the capacity of the plant to handle more than 850 million gallons a day is somewhat challenging unless they build the overflow, which may help. But again, the large solids that come in could be a problem. And I'd just like to know what outreach it's doing with this, with the community services, including the cities, the municipalities, and so forth. Are they working on that issue also to address that? Because it's everybody's problem, really. It's the residents of LA who are throwing trash out with no, and it's been picked up by the floodwaters and so forth. And when I saw some of the things that come in, I was shocked to see a motorcycle that come in because and jammed up, I'm sure, at the bar screen. So that's sort of, I like to know, what has been addressed proactively to prevent some of this large pieces, 18-foot, 17-foot telephone pole coming in and jamming up the bar screen. So, no matter what you do, you're going to have a problem if those things happen. There should be a more, and again, I think it's for the residents and the municipalities and looking into people throwing trash and making sure that they, there's some mechanism to either enforce it, that they don't do it, or, clean up so that when huge rain comes, it doesn't pull all those debris into the system. There's only so much the facility can do if you don't get participation from the community to prevent things from coming in. So I'd just like to know what kind of outreach the facility is doing towards that regard. That's all.
All right, good
Mr.
deal. In the matter of,
Mr. Chair, if
Okay.
I may, if possible, before that
any
next
additional
status,
comments? So we can then proffer the motion.
it's a question, a request, actually. If before that next status hearing that we have Mr. Haynes go out there and do an inspection, I'd like to hear from him next time because he seems to be much more knowledgeable. He has a long-term history with that facility and seems to know it better than anybody. So I would like to hear back from him at the next hearing. If that's possible. Ms. Chavez.
I can try and make that work. Mr. Haynes wasn't available today, so he cannot be at the hearing today, but I will, provided we have enough notice for the hearing a couple months out, it should be okay.
Thank you.
Okay, were there any additional comments? Okay. All right, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and tender the motion. And if there are any changes, let us make sure we clarify those changes in the matter of facility ID number 800214, case number 1212-40. I move that we find good cause to grant an order of abatement as set forth in the proposed findings and decisions references Exhibit Z. Would one of you kind folks kind of add to that motion the changes as we?
Sure. Can you hear me, Makai? Because you seem to be buffering issues. And you're frozen again on our screen.
Me now?
Yeah, you're okay. Yeah, maybe take off the video. Just sometimes that gives you more power because you were frozen and we couldn't hear you for a second.
So did we get the motion?
We heard your motion and you asked for some additions
Yes.
from people. So I'll start with some additions. One, the recital of the board members here should be split out to probably break it out to state that certain members were at certain dates, but today's hearing was the present composition, as you see before you, to add in a new Inspector Farrar Lee to items 2, 3, and 4 reports. To request if there is a non-confidential EPA order that addresses any requirement for construction related to bar screen overpass system, to provide that in advance of the next status conference. And to have the clerk subsequent set a date sometime in November for another status conference. And maybe I'd ask Mr. Balakapan if he'd want to phrase any requests he wants to make about the public outreach education on the things that might be source of bar screen blockages.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Pearman. I think exactly that. Would like to get a status update on the outreach it's doing with the community it serves and the municipalities, the cities, on preventing large pieces of debris coming in and blocking the bar screens, and what efforts have been done towards that regard.
I think that's it, Mr. Chair.
All right, and so Ms. Chavez, did you want to revise the findings and incorporate the changes, the findings and decisions, incorporate all the changes?
Sure, I can do that and send it back to the clerk.
Great.
Okay,
and then at that time, the clerk can send around potential dates that perhaps by then the parties will agree to, and she can incorporate that in the final order.
Well, so since we're here and before we break for lunch, let us note that the calendar for November is essentially impacted because of Thanksgiving. So we have a hearing on the 7th. We have a hearing on the 13th and 14th. And we could potentially, if members of the board are so inclined, look at the 19th. Or if we're just simply doing a status update, can we just do the status update on the 7th? We're just simply doing a status update without any modifications. Any thoughts on that, Ms. Chavez?
Well, we won't really know about modifications until we get to that point. So it's kind of hard to say at this point if it's strictly going to be a status update or not.
Well, let me ask you, is November too soon?
I think November 19th makes sense. That's timely after the reports and deliverables in October. And we do need to act so that we can extend the order if we decide to do so, which now expires January 3rd. So I would think November 19th would be sufficient time.
Okay, so Ms. Chavez and Ms. Hoppenstein?
That date works for the city.
That date is fine for the district.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, it appears all on one accord. How does that date look?
We had given that date available for Valley plating, but we can choose another date for them.
Yeah, or we can have them both on the same. It's perfectly
I don't
cool.
know. I think Valley may take a while, so it's probably we can put them on another day that week. It's pretty open.
Okay, no problem at all. All right. No further augmentations to the motion. Roll call. Mr. Dr.
Someone's got a second, I think. Did someone second?
No.
I'll second it.
Okay. It's moved by Ali, second by Pearman. Dr. Abraham.
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
No.
Mr. Balakapalan.
Aye.
Mr. Pearman.
Aye.
Ali votes in the affirmative. The matter is hereby passed. We look forward to receiving the subsequent reports and look forward to meeting on November 19th. We're going to go ahead and recess. Members of the board, would you prefer 30 minutes or would you prefer an hour lunch?
I need an hour, Mr. Chair.
Okay, very well.
That's 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, so why don't we just go ahead and take an hour lunch? We'll come back at 1:05 PM. We're off the record.
Thank you.
Well, it's 1:06, 1:06 PM, so we'll wait a little longer for Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Chair, would you like me to start the recording already or wait?
Oh, no.
Okay, we'll wait.
Mr. Perman, I see you leaving. Is there any way you might can check on Ms. Verdugo Peralta? Thank you. All right, Mr. Day, we're gonna go back on the record. Okay, it is 1:15 p.m. We're back on the record. The case before us is Medline Industries LP, case number 6265-1, facility ID number 180785. Since I'm here on Zoom, I'll look. Are there any attendees that are within the chambers interested in providing any public comment, non-evidentiary public comment? All right, sounds like we're muted, Doc. Just kind of wave your hand. Are we muted? Okay, we're muted, so we need to wait for Rosalinda to come back.
Dr. Abraham, it is the other touch panel right next to it.
Were we able to get? We're able to get Ms. Diaz?
It's okay. Test, Makai, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Okay, so officially, we've been on the record since 1:15 p.m. I'm not for sure if you guys were able to hear what I said, but the case before us is Medline Industries LP. Case number 6265-1, facility ID number 180785. Let the record reflect that no one online has sought recognition to provide public comment and/or
Makai, we can't hear you any longer.
He may not be able to hear us either.
No, you're muted.
actually, no, I can hear you. I'm not muted.
Great.
Can you
Now,
hear
now
me?
we can hear you. You're good. Now, yeah, just going in and out.
Okay, so we'll try this one more time. So we have the case before us is Medline Industries LP. Case number 6265-1, facility ID number 180785. There's no individuals online who have sought recognition by raising their hands. Are there any individuals in the chambers who have sought recognition to provide public comment or evidentiary testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect that there are none. Ms. Chavez, representing the executive officer.
Yes, Erica Chavez on behalf of the executive officer. Thank you.
Okay, and who do we have representing Medline Industries?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Chair. My name is Rebecca Brown. I'm with Medline Industries. I'm the Environmental Health and Safety Manager.
Perfect. Do either of you have witnesses who provide testimony today?
Yeah, my name is Jim Aaron with SunWest Electric. I'm a project manager, and I'll be testifying about the incident, what occurred.
And Ms. Chavez, do you have any?
I don't have any affirmative witnesses, but I have staff here available if there are questions from the board.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and just swear everybody in, just to make it easy and efficient. Please stand and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state under penalty of perjury that the evidence that you shall give in this issue or matter should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, we're good to go. Opening statements, Ms. Chavez.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hold on, I'm sorry. We have some exhibits.
Yes.
Okay, and so we're gonna mark the there's the proposed findings. And that's going to be marked as what exhibit?
Okay, the proposed interim variance conditions will be marked as 1.
Okay. And there was another document, Ms. Chavez? I thought I saw something else online.
We also have from the respondent an incident timeline summary, so that will be A.
Yes. That was the other document. Okay.
Sorry, just want to clarify the Medline is the petitioner here and the district is the respondent.
I'm sorry, got that confused.
Right, so it's the other way around. So
The
the district's proposed findings is A.
And the incident timeline summary is 1.
Yes, okay, we're good to go. We're good to go. All right. So Medline, please provide your opening statement.
Hello, Mr. Chair. I'm here on behalf of Medline Industries, and today we are requesting an interim variance for our emergency generators due to a recent incident that occurred at our facility where we're going to have to, utilize our emergency generator so that we can continue business within the facility.
Okay. Ms. Chavez.
Yes, and subject to the evidence presented today, I believe we'll have a good cause portion and a portion to discuss the 6 findings. Subject to the evidence presented, the district will not be opposed to the variance.
Thank you. All right, would you call your first witness on the petitioner side? That's the representative from Medline. The floor is yours.
Sorry, this is my first time. So if I'm correct, I'm talking on the good cause. Correct. So underneath the good cause under number 1 for the petition is in violation of section 41701. Medline will be in violation of their permit requirements of running over 200 hours annually due to number 4 on the permit itself, where it states the engine shall not be operated more than 200 hours in any 1 year, which includes no more than 50 hours in any 1 year for maintenance and testing, and no more than 4.2 hours in any 1 month for maintenance and testing. Under number 2 for good cause, we discussed the circumstances leading to the violation. That's where my timeline comes in, where I can go over the timeline of the incident. Shall I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. On Sunday, August 25th, we had a solar panel company that was working on site. And while they were working on site, they were tying in electrical lines to our main switchboard B electrical panel. At approximately 12:12 a.m., Medline had a building shutdown, which would allow these contractors to perform their work safely. At approximately 4:30 a.m., power was restored as the contracted company provided an all clear. At approximately 4:40 a.m., an arc flash incident occurred after the power was restored and the facility was evacuated. At that time, fire department did come on site where we did clear everybody out of the building. The fire department did a walkthrough of the area and gave the all clear for the employees to return to the building as needed. Medline corporate management was then notified of this incident regarding the electrical panel. Electrical contractors did come on site to investigate the situation, and the emergency generators were then activated in order to have site functionality for the building as well. That happened on the actual incident date, again, which was Sunday, August 25th. Following that, Monday, August 26th, Medline did contact another contracting company, Southwest, to provide a material list for repairs and determine the best path forward for procurement and installation so the generator power would no longer be needed. The city of Rialto also came on site and performed an inspection and requested a letter from an electrical engineer to state that the building is currently safe, along with a third-party inspection report as well. Also, our Environmental Health and Safety Department, EH&S department, was notified of the emergency generators that needed to be ran consistently. And also that gave us the opportunity to look underneath our permit conditions as well. Tuesday, August 27th, Medline contacted a third-party engineering company called Shrimco to conduct a full investigation to the root cause of this incident. SunWest was on site to compile a material list for the procurement. That's our electrical company here at the meeting. EH&S was also contacted that Tuesday, so that's when we started working with AQMD for guidance on filing the petition for variance, and we quickly started that soon after, as on Monday, I think the AQMD offices were closed that day. Wednesday, August 8th, 28th, Medline shared initial reports, drawings, etc. with Shrimco, our investigating party, and scheduled a site visit on Thursday, August 8th, 29. SunWest company did provide a material list and began pricing out with multiple vendors on solutions to help mitigate the situation. Medline continued to contact additional vendors to help with expediting the materials, and our environmental health and safety team, such as myself, continued communications with AQMD regarding the situation and filing the petition immediately. On Thursday, August 29th, the Rialto building inspector contacted the facility to discuss the incident and what the next steps would be. Shrimco, our site investigator, completed their investigation. A petition for an interim variance of regular variance was filed at the AQMD office and stamped that Thursday. And a hearing date was scheduled, which is today. We arrived at 9:30 a.m. Friday, August 30th, Medline requested Power Plus, which is our generator company, to come on site to determine if there was any temporary switchgear that was an option to allow our generators to go be powered off. Unfortunately, we were not successful in that search. Saturday, August 31st through Monday, which was a holiday, Medline management continued to collaborate with our contractors and vendors to look for panel solutions. And then on Tuesday, September 3rd, a draft incident investigation report was obtained from, again, our investigating company, Shrimco. Medline continues to reach out to SunWest to see how quotes were coming along and to see if we could help expedite these materials. And then I'll let Jim explain a little bit on that repair timeline as to why we have such a long lead time for this equipment to become repaired.
Yeah, so standard lead time on a piece of gear like this is about 52 weeks normally, but we're reaching out to several vendors to try to get expedited. Tomorrow, I should have some estimated quotes from them and get an idea of what the time frame would be. I'm certain that we could obviously do better than 52 weeks, but I won't know that until I get these quotes back from them to figure out what the issue and timeline will be at that point.
Sorry, sir, can you state and spell your name and your title for the record, please?
Yes, sir. My name is Jim, J-I-M. Last name Aaron, A-A-R-O-N. And I'm the project manager for SunWest Electric.
Thank you.
The last page on our exhibit, our handout, provides images of that electrical panel room where we did have that arc flash. So you can see the scale of the damage that did occur at the facility itself. So moving on to number 3, petitioner exercise diligence in petitioning for the interim variance. Medline, again, we quickly reacted to the emergency situation, and we've been working with AQMD in filing the petition for variance in a timely manner prior to being in violation to our permit conditions. Number 4, where it talks about a denial of interim variance. Should the interim variance not be granted, Medline would violate permit conditions and incur penalties if we had to wait till November 7th hearing for the regular variance. Again, we do appreciate you taking the time to listen to our case, as we will continue to do everything in our power to mitigate the situation so we don't have to run off our emergency generators. Additionally, Medline, our Rialto facility, services all of Southern California and parts of Nevada, both in full trailer volume and direct to patients. Our reach is to both hospitals, nursing homes, hospice centers, and clinics. Some of the hospitals that we service are Trauma One centers and play a crucial role in the California healthcare system. On average, we have over 100 trailers of product that ships out daily and requires over 700 team members on staff, servicing 365 days of the year. Many of our orders are directly related to surgeries that would happen the next day and failing to directly result in patient care being impacted. That concludes my statement of the good cause.
All right. And so you are going to, do you want to question your witness any further?
No.
Okay. All right, no problem. Okay, Ms. Chavez on cross.
Sure, just a few questions. Thank you. Okay. Can you describe what an arc flash is?
Yeah, I can speak on that. So what happened when the solar company was doing some work in there, they ended up modifying a barrier inside it, which in result landed on top of the A phase of the busing. So when Edison re-energized their gear, it caused a ground fault and then caused it to cross all phases to ground at that point, which causes severe explosion and damage to the gear, causing damage to all of it to where none of it can be salvaged at this time. So that's when we're looking at getting a new section, new lineup for that gear.
Okay. So currently, without the generators, there would be no power to the facility at all?
Half the power. So there's two switchboards that service this building, two utility transformers. One utility transformer is being used and one switchboard is being utilized, which is MSB-A. MSB-B is the one that's damaged, and that services most of their lights, their conveyors, their battery chargers. So if that was left off, yes, it would cause detrimental damage to their operation.
Okay, so the 6 generators are servicing like half the building?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Yes.
To also add to that, we are running 3, so we need to run 3 at a time to service that portion that was put out. So we're servicing 3 at one time, and then we would swap to the other 3 to give the other 3 a break.
I see. Okay. So it takes 3 generators to support that half of the building that you need to be operational.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. You talked about the equipment procurement taking a while. Are there any other options at this time to restore power to the facility?
Medline is reaching out to Power Plus, which is another vendor that does temporary power, and they visited the site shortly after, and they're working on a possible solution as well, if they could be able to procure a gear that's similar to what's there, and have Edison work with them to get that re-energized to where they could get offline with the generators.
Okay, so what exactly would they be providing instead of the generators?
It would be a temporary switchboard to take place of the one that's damaged.
Okay, so there could be a potential solution, but unknown at this point.
Unknown at this point, exactly. Correct.
Okay, and so what would happen if you're unable to run these the 3 generators?
We would have to. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. We would have to close down the facility because there would be no lights to run. We wouldn't be able to charge our equipment, and part of the conveyor, if it wasn't able to function, none of the conveyor systems would be able to function. Okay. So it's dependent. They're all dependent on each other.
And the other half of the facility wouldn't be able to support those operations?
No, it would not.
Okay.
And why is that? Because there's not enough power from the other switchboard.
Yeah, so this building is separated with power. So half of the building is powered off of one switchgear, half of the building's powered off the other, and they're all intertwined. Off the main board that burn up is all their battery charger equipment and all the lighting for the whole facility, and then as conveyors as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think you discussed briefly about being in violation of your 200 hours. Do you know approximately what your generators are at as far as runtime now? Yes, I can answer that. Generators 1, 2, and 3 are about 222 hours as of this morning. And generators 4, 5, and 6 are at about 124 hours.
124 hours?
Correct.
Okay, so the 1, 2, and 3 are already past the 200 limit,
As
200
of
hour
this
limit.
morning, yes.
Okay, and then could you explain like when you would switch out the 3 generators?
Sorry, I'm now. The plan currently right now is within every 10 days is to switch.
And what's the reason to switch them out?
Because that would reach about 200 hours, I believe. And it would give them a break because per the generator company, every 250 hours, they need to do a comprehensive PM. So those 3 generators would then be shut down for that comprehensive preventative maintenance on those generators so that it allows them to shut down, and then the other 3 would be ran at the same.
And the 10 days accounts for about those 250 hours.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any further questions at this time.
All right, members of the board. Mr. Chairman, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. So when you just mentioned 1 through 3 were about 220 hours now, that's collectively or each one of them?
Each one of them.
Have you seen the proposed interim variance conditions, Exhibit A, from the district?
Yes.
Do you agree to them?
Yes, we do.
Now, it refers to limiting the operation of the 6 generators to emergency usage and then a no more than 1 hour per month for maintenance and testing. So what is your definition or understanding of emergency usage in that paragraph?
As we are using them currently, it would be an emergency situation in order to continue running business.
Okay, so really what you mean is the way you're operating now because of the background, it's not, if it's a continuous emergency, this is the normal practice until you get it replaced, basically, right?
Correct.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear. All right, no further questions.
All right, Mr. Balakapala.
Yes, so you're currently operating 4, 5, and 6 engines,
Today, yes, we switched over to 4, 5, and 6.
124 hours. So how many days before it reaches 200, you know? 24 hours, so.
I'm trying to do the math in my head. About 3 more days.
3 more days, okay, so you're imminently in violation. You're not yet in violation of the 200 hours for those 3, but you will be in about 3 days.
Correct.
Okay. And then you'll run it for 10 days, the 4, 5, and 6, and then stop it and switch over to the other 3.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I need to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions? Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good deal. All right. Did you have any more, any additional witnesses? On the Medline side?
No, I do not.
Okay, Ms. Chavez, you have no witnesses, I surmise?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't we move to closing on this portion? To the petitioner. This is your opportunity. Go right ahead, Ms. Chavez, you can explain.
Sorry. Oh, yes. So in regards to the good cause, again, we appreciate you taking in consideration this variance so that we may continue to operate the business for critical supplies to our customers, hospitals, trauma centers, and maintain employment for the employees that are currently on site as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
Yes, the district does not oppose a finding of good cause today.
Members of the board on good cause.
Mr. Chair, I do believe I can find good cause. They are imminently in violation running those three engines, 4, 5, 6, of exceeding the 200 hours in approximately 3 days. So, and we heard the circumstances leading avoided by the petitioner was inadvertent. I mean, it was a mistake of the contractors who were doing the electrical repair at the facility, or upgrade, I guess, because of the solar panel installation. And the petitioner did exercise diligence. They came before very quickly. Once it happened the 25th, they started contacting the AQMD on the 27th, and they filed it the couple of days. So they were quite diligent in responding and filing the petition. So, and the denial of the variance will cause an unreasonable adverse impact, as we heard, that they are critical for supplying medical supplies to different hospitals and vendors and so forth. So for all those 4 reasons, I believe I can find good cause to move to the next phase.
All right, any additional comments relative to good cause? Okay, hearing none, in the matter of facility ID number 180785, case number 6265-1, I move that we find good cause to proceed with a hearing for an interim variance in absence of notice to the public on our discussion and ability to make the findings for good cause. Is there a second?
I second.
It's been properly moved and seconded by Ms. Verdugo Peralta on the second. Any further question or discussion on the motion? All right. Dr. Abraham.
Aye.
On good cause. Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Aye.
Mr. Balakapalan?
Aye.
Mr. Pierman?
Aye.
Ali votes in the affirmative. The matter is unanimously approved, and we're proceeding forward to the next phase. All right. Petitioner, the floor is yours.
Hello, Mr. Chair. So for the second part of the 6 findings, I will go over the bullet points and our responses to these. The first one, the petitioner for a variance is or will be in violation of section 41701 or of any rule, regulation, or order of the district. Medline, our response, Medline will be in violation of the permit requirements of running 200 hours annually. Again, number 4 to our permit conditions, the engine shall not be operated more than 200 hours in any 1 year, which includes no more than 50 hours in any 1 year for maintenance and testing, and no more than 4.2 hours in any 1 month of maintenance and testing. Bullet point 2, that due to the conditions beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner requiring compliance will result in either our response to this would be due to this condition beyond Medline's control, the result would be detrimental to the healthcare business, as we would not be able to distribute critical medical equipment and supplies. For bullet point 3, the closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. Medline closing would be critical loss to healthcare, as our customers depend on us to provide supplies daily. Then the next one, that the applicant for the variance has given consideration to curtailing operations of the source in lieu of obtaining a variance. Medline took immediate actions once we discovered this unfortunate situation, contacted AQMD on the petition procedures. Again, it would be detrimental an attempt to curtail operations should we have to close down operations due to this incident. Bullet point number 5, During the period the variance is in effect, the applicant will reduce excess emissions to the maximum extent feasible. Medline is continuing to work with vendors to identify temporary and permanent solutions to fix our main switchboard panel. So we would no longer have to utilize our emergency generators, which would reduce those emissions. And last bullet point, during the period the variance is in effect, that the applicant will monitor or otherwise quantify emission levels from the source if requested to do so by the district, and report these emission levels to the district pursuant to a schedule established by the district. Medline will continue to monitor emission levels and submit all the required reports within these variance conditions. Thank you. That concludes.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
Sure. As stated earlier, the district is not opposed to a finding that the variance can be granted, or not opposed to a finding that the variance can be granted today.
Okay. On the petition side, did you want to call your first witness? And let me state, would there be any objections from either side to move all of the evidentiary trail as presented in the previous on the motion, vis-a-vis the establishment of good cause? Would there be any objection to moving all those evidence and all that discussion over to this particular matter or this particular section of the process?
No objection.
Okay, fair enough. All right, on the petitioner side, did you want to call your first witness?
At this time, I don't have any other statements or evidence to submit.
And you're doing a phenomenal job, by the way. For this to be your first time, you're doing far better than most, including myself. All right. Ms. Chavez, did you?
Sure,
have
just
any-
questions. Thank you.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thanks. Okay, some of the points were, are there any ways that we would be able to curtail operations? Has that been considered by the facility, where maybe reduce sending out 10 trailers to 8 trailers? Has that been an option, or would that even work?
That would affect our customers and the healthcare facilities that we support. Again, the amount and just the scope of support that we provide to our communities in the healthcare industries, especially our Trauma One centers that expect these deliveries daily, sometimes more than once a day. That would not be an option.
Okay. Do you have any other facilities located in Southern California that could do some of the work that is done at this location that has suffered the power loss?
Not at this scale.
Okay. So no other facility could take on the roles that this facility provides?
No, this facility provides not only medical supplies and equipment, we also have refrigerated units where we supply vaccinations. So we don't have that at another nearby facility that would be able to, again, support those local community hospitals and emergency centers, hospice, home care.
Okay. Is there any way to reduce emissions, or is there any way to use maybe 2 generators versus 3?
Yeah, the load that they're requiring, they're running parallel, so I believe they run off of what the demand is off of that. So 3, it covers the load of what they currently have.
Okay, and have you tried to run 2 and have it failed, or has that been explored?
We haven't personally. I don't know if Medline has had Power Plus try that, but
I believe just over this weekend, they did try to run on 2 when one of the generators, we were running low on fuel and we realized we could not, so we had to switch to another generator. Instead of 1, 2, and 3, we're using 1, 2, and 4.
Okay, you realized you cannot run on just the 2.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and you said you're agreeable to the district's conditions as proposed?
That is correct.
Okay, and earlier you stated that the the generators would be switched off, and then there would be maybe preventative maintenance performed. And so would that be limited to 1 hour per month of maintenance and testing time?
Yes, we did validate with our vendor that it would only take about 15 minutes twice in that month, which is only 30 minutes. So we'd be able to be in compliance with the requirements.
Okay, great. Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Members of the board.
Yes, I do have. Ms. Brown, condition number 1, I'm going to suggest alternative wording and to say that you're allowed to use 3 of the 6 permitted engines until electrical infrastructure is repaired or replaced. And whereupon you will then be limited to emergency use, and the engines will operate no more than 1 hour for a month for maintenance and testing. So I just want to, it's similar to what I had proposed for us, another case that came before us, a similar situation. So it's clear that you only can run 3 at a time, not, more than 3. So you're limited to 3, you can, at a time. And then once power is restored, you can, then it goes back into emergency status, where you do maintenance testing. However, I do have to clarify, I think Ms. Chavez asked a good point that when you take the 3 unit and you have to do preventive medicine, you might have to run it for 15 minutes. So I'll have to address that, so that's one change. The other one change is, I did look at your petition. Well, you're a Title V facility, correct?
Yes.
You didn't cite the rules that you're in violation of. Do you know which rules?
I apologize. I do not know exactly what rule.
All right, I'm going to
you're
cite the
referring to.
rules and see if you agree or disagree.
Okay.
203B, which is for permit condition. And since you're a Title V facility, 3002C1. And I think all of them have permit condition number 4 on each of the permits, correct? For the 200 hours?
Yes, that is correct.
They're identical, okay. So while the district is checking, I think the 203B, 3002C1, and condition number 4 of each of those 4 permits. Do you agree with that?
Yes,
Okay.
that is correct.
All right, we'll see if the district has. The other one I wanted to address is proposed condition number 3, where you can exclude any hours for power safety, power shutoff. At this point, it's kind of moot. You're running it already, right?
Correct.
And then the other 3 are already over 200 hours. So I was going to suggest to the board that we remove the last paragraph, that you may exclude the public safety power shutoff hours.
I see that.
Okay, and unless the district has an objection, so.
Question that, so, but that's 200, that's in 1 year though, so with this.
Yeah. So what?
When July 1st comes around.
Yeah, they'll have to come, so when they come back for the regular variance, we will know when they will get the repair done and so forth. Then we'll know whether they have to come back again to get another variance, because it'll reset, like you pointed out, end of the year, the 200 hours will be reset. But then if you're going to, you may need to get the variance if the delay is going beyond next year, to run over again over 200 hours. So you'll have to come back again, I think.
Yeah, that is correct. We did realize that with January coming, that the hours would start over again, correct?
And then you
we
may have to come back if you still, the repairs are going to take longer.
And we hope that is not the case.
Yes, we all hope so. I don't know if that answered the question. Okay. And so what I was going to add is, that the language that I just cited, the petitioner is allowed to use 3 of the 6 permitted IC engines. And then those are the permit numbers G 37610, 37611, 37612, 37613, G 37614, and G 37615 until critical electric infrastructure is repaired or replaced, whereupon it will be limited to emergency usage, and the ICEs will not operate more than 1 hour a month for total maintenance and testing. Okay. Petitioner shall well, I think that 1 hour is no. For preventive petitioner shall operate the engines for 1 hour for preventive maintenance. You know, shall operate the engines that are offline for 1 hour a month for preventive maintenance. I know you told me a shorter time, but I'm just giving that, providing an hour in case.
Understood.
Understood. Okay. Now, the other issue I wanted to bring up is the excess emission calculation. Your petition only indicated calculation for PM. You are aware that you have to do calculation for all the pollutants, NOx, SOx, VOC, and PMN.
Yes, and we'll work on gathering that information.
And yeah, and your permit has the emission factor, so you could utilize that, or you can work with the engineering staff and figure out how to calculate, you know, the excess emission. But we don't need it right now. We can, during the regular variance, if you can provide that, that'll be helpful. So with, and I don't know if the district is okay with the changes I proposed.
Can I have a few minutes to consult with staff, please?
Yes, we'll just
now after.
take a 5-minute recess.
Okay, great. Thank you.
We're off the record. All right, so the recording never stopped. So we can smoothly transition back to you. Ms. Chavez.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We have some concerns about revising that language. We would be concerned if, we have a situation where the other half of the building might go down without power. Maybe there is an emergency shut off to the other half of the building, or maybe some type of failure that isn't maybe envisioned, then we would need those generators possibly in that case. And so we would want those to be available to support the other half of the building. So we are kind of concerned about limiting to only allowing the 3 generators to be used at a time. Yes, that's what we want to support this one half of the building, but in the case that something were to happen, we might need those generators. Additionally, on the public safety power shutoff issue, that would be the same thing, right? We have the other half of the building, and if there is a case where maybe Edison or there's a fire going on, this is out in Rialto, and there is a shutdown of that other half of the building, we think that they should be able to exclude those hours that the generators might be running. So those are kind of scenarios that might be potentially could happen, and so those are our concerns.
Yeah. Couple questions.
Oh, Mr. Pierman.
When you said the latter part about the public safety, you could exclude those hours. Exclude them from what?
Well, here we have them excluding from like excess emission fees.
Okay, but if they're over 200. You're saying they get some more of an exclusion? I don't understand how it works once they get to 200.
Well, actually, I was reading it as they wouldn't have to pay excess emission fees on those hours.
Okay, so the entirety of any of the ICE hours you're talking about will be excluded from any excess emission fees.
Correct.
No matter the amount is your argument, okay. And then in terms of the, even under your analysis that there's a problem, I guess, with one of the groups of 3s, if one goes down and then use another one, you're still just using 3. I mean, you didn't describe a situation where you need to use 4 at one time is what I'm saying, so.
Oh. So I meant if there's a situation where currently we're using 3 to support this half of the building. If there's a situation where the other half of the building loses power, I would imagine, and maybe this can be clarified by Medline, but I would imagine those generators would be the same ones that would have to be used, or the other 3 that are not being used would probably have to be used to support that half of the building. So I would imagine those need to be available in case there might be another outage to the other half of the building.
So in that case, we're talking about a different type of emergency than the one that has us here now. There'd be some other exogenous situation, and we go back to what we traditionally call emergency usage. Yeah.
Correct.
Well, I understand that, which is why I asked the question before that. While we use the term emergency usage, it really is the norm during the switchboard failure that we're talking about in the first part of 3 out of 6. But then if there's the second emergency, then you want that right to kick in. Okay.
If I add, I think that's a good point, but I think because we do have to look at consideration of curtail operations, so I suggest we limit them to 3 out of the 6, unless, the other half of the building where they need to use all 6. So at least that way we take into consideration that, they're curtailing excess emissions to the extent possible by only operating 3 instead of 4 or 5. So that, but in the event of, if they need all 6, then to your point, then they need to operate that all, And I don't believe that the rule 1118.1 allow any excess emission fee waiver, So I think that's only from the 200 hours you can subtract if there's a PS event. So that's, if it's less than 200, you can subtract it if there's a PS hour, but for the 3 engines that are less than 200, they could subtract it from the 200 if there's a PSPS hour. But unfortunately, right now it's not a PSPS hour, and they're running because of an emergency. Then, so like it's sort of a moot point. That's what I was trying to get at, So I still suggest we remove that language, because the rule doesn't support excess emission subtraction if you're doing under PSPS hours, unless it's less than the 200 hours, So let me try take another stab at rewording it. So we shall limit the operation of the engines as described in those 6 permits to three engines at any one time, unless there's a need to operate more than 3 due to power. What do you call? What's it? I'm looking for some word. Power failure on the other portion of unless they need to operate all 6 due to extenuating circumstances or due to power failure on the other 3. No, I'm sorry, on the other part of the plant. Also, may add I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that was okay.
Was that okay?
Yes.
Okay. And you're okay with removing that PSPS hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Broderick, would it just be easy for you to make the motion?
Yes. Let me make quickly the 6 finding first. So I do agree with Ms. Brown that as the petitioner isn't in violation for 3 of the 6 engines, and they will be imminent in violation of the 3 engines that they're operating right now within about 3 days. So non-compliance is beyond the reasonable control, as we heard. It was inadvertently occurred due to operator contractor error. The closing without a benefit, reducing ammunition, the harm to the petitioner overweigh the air emissions associated with variance as a result of denying the variance, because they're doing supplying a critical need to the hospitals and other medical establishment, maybe even to Dr. Abraham's facility, we don't know. But anyway, the petitioner for the variance is curtailing operation. So this is where, because by operating only 3 of the 6, they are trying to curtail operations, so they're not having excess emission by running all 6. So that's what they're doing. So I can agree, because they only run 3 at a time unless they really need it, then they'll run it. And during the period, the petitioner will monitor, quantify emission levels, and as I indicated, they need to update those emission calculation to reflect the other pollutants, and they need to work with the engineers to come up with those emission factors and calculations and provide, those calculations. With that, I will, so the 6 findings are made, and I will go ahead and do the motion as you asked for the facility. So in the matter of Medline Industries LP, case number 6265-1, I move that we grant an interim variance commencing today and continuing through for ending 90 days or until a notice hearing for regular variance currently scheduled for 11/7/24, whichever occurs first, from rules 203B, 3002C1, and condition number 4 of each of those 6 permits. And I will, just for the record, go ahead and give all 6 permits, but I think it's listed anyway. It's G37610, G37611, G37612, G37613, G37614, and G37615. And for the equipment that is located at the facility in Rialto, which is at 1960 West Miro Way in Rialto, California, 92376. The condition of the variance I cite for the exhibit A, was it A01, A, with the changes that I mentioned, and I will provide do you want me to go through that changes, or I can go through, or I can, the changes would be to operate 3 of the 6 engines unless, a situation, maybe somebody can help me, unless the situation warrant operating all 6 engines at a time. And that,
Is there a second?
I would just say unless an emergency warrant is operating more than 3, because you don't have to go through all 6.
Right, yeah, okay, unless, yeah.
Yeah,
And
understood.
in your language also, in any event, they should be able to, what do you call it?
Yeah, in any event, each ICE shall operate no more than 1 hour per
For
month.
preventive
Total maintenance and testing time.
testing.
So add the word in any event.
In any
before
event,
each
yeah.
ICE, okay?
Right. And condition number 3, we remove the second paragraph, condition number 3, the PSPS hours. And the excess emission will need to be quantified, and the pollutants, the daily excess emission will have to be recalculated and provided at the next hearing.
Or is there a second? Okay, Ms. Verdugo, call the seconds. Any further question or any discussion on the motion here? Dr. Abraham?
Aye.
Ms. Verdugo Peralta?
Aye.
Dr. Kaplan?
Aye.
Chairman?
Aye.
Mr. Ali, that motion has been approved unanimously. Ms. Chavez, I would ask that item come back November 7th as a consent item, if possible. If possible. All right, folks. Well, at this time, I will adjourn this hearing at 2:17 p.m. You guys have a phenomenal afternoon and do drive home safely. We're off the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.